Good morning. Full weekend. Jumping into a new trading week here. Let's push that up a bit. Hopefully the sound appears to be good. Can I get a mic check? Everyone's A-OK. So first, good morning. Good morning. Just getting everything finally situated here, and then we'll jump into trading here, guys. So jumping into things here, we are seeing the markets gapping up slightly this morning. There's quite a bit to discuss across commodities and individual names. Some of your strong stocks that have been running lately are catching some really nice bids. And we'll go through those as a whole. We'll look through some of the news scans to see what is happening here to find any sort of trading catalysts. I'm just looking at some of our top gainers in the New York Stock Exchange firstly. We'll look at some of the top losers. We'll look for some unusual volume. Let's see what else we got going on here. All right, so your S&P 500, I'm going to keep things really simple. Basically, last week, guys, we did get that bearish cross of the 7 and 20. You can see every time we went above that 7-day moving average, you got rejected and slapped down. Here again, you got rejected and slapped down. Right now, we're trading right at that previous September 22nd pivot high. It's a big rejection zone. Why? Because it's rejected price action twice here on the daily chart. So if we zoom into basically an hourly chart trend line, you're going to see on the S&P 500 that price came up here twice on the hourly chart. You got that one candle close and then rejected. Similarly here on last Thursday, you got that 1 hour attempt at closing and then price action rejected. So that is going to be the resistance level to watch this week. If we can get through that resistance level and break out of this wedge pattern on your S&P 500, then you're going to look for a higher price breakout target. So let's go through some of the movers here. We do have some earnings to discuss. There's quite a few more regional banks reporting this week. Obviously, last week we saw regional banks get absolutely slaughtered. They closed down really hard on the week, basically tagging your 1 year moving average. So look out for regional banks to potentially show more signs of weakness. They might settle down here over the coming sessions, but they should likely probably go a little bit lower based off of the sheer amount of sell side pressure that we saw last week. So let's move along to some of the stocks that are moving. We're seeing eVTOL stocks, so Archer Aviation, ticker ACHR, catching a nice bid this morning. It's already up 6.58%. That is one we bought into on Friday, one of our newer accumulation names, seeing a really, really good bounce off of the 20-day moving average. So Archer Aviations, Joby Aviations, they're certainly looking at least poised to start the week off on a positive note. And we'll see if they can continue to get that upside momentum. Archer's chart to me is looking a little bit better than Joby's. Joby did get that bearish cross of the 7 and 20 moving average. When you look at Archer Aviation, it has not had a 7 and 20 moving average crossover just yet, so it's looking pretty good. You look at the crypto industry as a whole. Obviously, we have been talking about Bitcoin undercutting that daily 200 moving average. That's what occurred on Friday. You pierced that daily 200 moving average. I know, Sarfar, as you were buying MSTR, that was also one of our newer accumulations on Friday. We picked up some additional MSTR common shares. So that ticker is up 3.42%, looking to recapture the 7-day moving average, which is trading at 301.67. And if it can start to consolidate above its 7-day moving average MicroStrategy, then we should have a lot more upside left in the tank. You're seeing names like ENVX, Enovix Technologies, which obviously had that huge short squeeze move. Then over the last 3 sessions, it came in pretty hard, bouncing right now in the pre-market up about 4.24%. Quantum stocks, names like QBTS, Rigetti, IONQ, they're also bouncing on the chart right now after having a nice 3-day down move. We obviously took profits in the quantum space. Quantum is acting very, very good this morning, catching a little bit of a dead cat bounce. The thing that I want to watch for quantum stocks, can they hold those 7-day moving averages in the very, very near term, or are we going to get rejected? A little bit of strength coming back into your LiDAR stocks as well. Names like OUST, Ouster, catching a bit of a bid here. INVZ catching a little bit of a bid. LIDR, that's up 2.47%. So acting very, very well in the near term. The market, as we speak, is catching a lot of liquidity from those assets that were absolutely running. I'm just looking through here and, also these crypto high computing stocks, names like Iron or Cypher Mining, they're catching some really, really decent bids this morning. So continue to look for a little bit of positive momentum in those specific names. Let's do a quick scan here. Boeing obviously had that good headline on Friday, basically allowing the FAA is allowing them to produce more planes, going from 35 planes to 40 planes. So kind of allowing them to expedite their production a little bit better. And that's positive because basically there's been a lot of news around Boeing over the last 6 to 12 months regarding doors flying off, plane malfunctions, and the fact that they're gaining the public's trust back is the positive side. Boeing obviously has a monopoly of the commercial airline market, and right now it certainly doesn't have any sort of a problem with the amount of orders that it has in the pipeline. It's just, can they produce, and produce planes safely? Drone stocks are catching a little bit of a bid today. Names like Ondas, UMAC, DPRO are seeing some positive strength this morning. Let's go through some of these mega cap tech stocks here. All right, so we're going to quickly look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA right now is basically slightly negative in the pre-market. 182.80, it's below your 7 and 20 moving averages. Look for shorts and rejection off of that key moving average. If you start getting some hourly or 4-hour closes above that, then it would look a lot more positive in the overall near-term picture. So Nvidia right now is lagging just a touch here. Let's look at Apple and then we'll jump into Microsoft. All right, so Microsoft having a really big gap, sorry, Apple having a really big gap up this morning, closing at 252.29, right now jumping to 256.29. Apple showing some considerable strength in the pre-market this morning. We will see if it can rally off of that potential gap up. It's up 1.76%. Extraordinary move. Very, very short. Apple's actually the strongest mega cap right now in the pre-market. So you did get that bearish crossover. On Friday, Apple showed resiliency, got a positive close on the chart, up 1.96%, and you're getting a lot of follow through this morning for Apple. Google, let's see what Google's doing. And basically the news around Apple this morning, guys, is the base iPhone 17 sells nearly twice as fast as the iPhone 16 in China. So a little bit of a headline, positive headline for Apple, obviously helping the stock rise pretty sharply. So we'll see if that can continue. Let's look what Google's doing. Google right now also showing some positivity in the pre-market, up about 0.65%. Meta also showing a little bit of positivity. Meta's been going through quite a bit of consolidation. It's getting to be a little bit better of a buy in terms of mega cap tech right now. I would still love to see it do one more undercut of this recent pivot low coming into that daily 200 moving average, which is sitting at 672. I'd be a buyer there for Meta. Tesla, Mr. Elon Musk. Basically, Tesla right now is up 1.2%. It also had a really strong close on Friday, basically recapturing the 7 and 20 moving average. Tesla looks like it's actually poised to potentially have another run for that pre-market high spike. You know, whenever you spike to a low or a high in the pre-market, often you will see that price want to retest or retrace that level. So Tesla made that high pivot spike on October 2nd, so what, 18 days ago? That was off of its inventories, and it's never retested that pre-market high spike. So perhaps Tesla wants to go to that 470, 480 target again and retest that high pivot to kind of grab some more liquidity, stop some shorts out. So that's kind of what I'm expecting in the very, very near term for Tesla. Obviously, if rates continue to soften, that would be helpful for Tesla. It's very, very sensitive to the interest rate environment, but we gotta potentially watch out for more tape bombs this week. You never know with Fed speak, government talks, you know, Russia, Ukraine, whatever it may be. We are one headline away from potentially seeing the market either gap up again or gap down. But nevertheless, the market is trying to push here, and there's not too much economic data that we have to worry about today. It's more just earnings season is approaching fast and heavy. All right, let's see what else is moving here in the pre-market. Just do my usual scans. Natural gas today, guys, absolutely just blasting off. I mean, wow. Not many people were expecting that move in natural gas this morning, myself included. I was really not expecting natural gas to gap up 7.59%. And I don't even know what the headline is on nat gas. I've been looking across some news feeds. Maybe it's just colder temperatures. You know, global stocks, energy stocks see the largest net selling in 4 months as crude oil drops. Perhaps it's just that there's so much sell side pressure in crude oil that money's flowing into nat gas, but natural gas right now is up 7.59%, trading on the XNG USD chart at 3.799. I mean, wow. Nat gas is just leaving the bullish train station here, breaking out, defending price action with sheer force, not really giving anyone really any opportunity to get long, but damn, they defended that 20-day moving average like a boss on nat gas. Pretty crazy. That is certainly impressive. Let's continue to scroll through some headlines here, guys. Again, crude oil right now is also very, very weak, down 1.39%. So Crude oil is in this interesting environment here. We're seeing price action break down we're not at 52-week lows, but we're coming into those massive volume areas back in April of 2025, your tariff lows, and May of 2025. And the problem with crude right now is we have to recognize that I was doing some research and we're not really seeing much economic growth in the crude oil market. You're seeing price action and inventory starting to kind of not grow at the rate it was growing in that post-COVID, the last 5-year bubble. So we are seeing demand slowly starting to wane in crude, and we might see this production of the Trump administration, since they're pro-oil, pro-fracking, we might see demand soften and supply increase, and that creates a little bit of a recipe for lower price. And obviously crude is making its way down to that $50 target, $51. I mean, the consumer is going to absolutely love lower oil prices. It influences everything in a really, really big way. With crude oil softening this much, you want to keep your eye on transport stocks. Obviously, they're one of the major beneficiaries, whether it's actual trucking stocks or shipping stocks or the planes, airplane stocks, the Jets ETF, Delta, they're all showing basically probably a lot of higher margins with the softening in crude, especially if crude oil starts to trade in these lower areas for, a couple months to a few months. If this starts to really, really wane in price action, crude oil is going to continue to help those transport stocks gain quite a bit of momentum. All right, let's see what other headlines we have this morning. Just going to scan through a couple things here. Morgan Stanley downgrades Progressive. Okay, a little bit of a downgrade. Red Hill shares are trading higher after the Cumberland Pharmaceuticals invested $4 million for a 30% ownership stake in its global Talisha business. Okay. Let's look at some of these other movers in the pre-market. So I'm getting an alert on my nat gas here. Certain regional bank stocks are doing well. You also had really stunning gap up today on Cleveland Cliffs, ticker CLF, so your steel stocks. So steel's an important commodity to pay attention to because obviously we use pretty much steel in most major construction projects. Some residential homes have steel, but it's also a very, very important commodity to look at. And right now, based off of Cleveland Cliffs reaction, investors are liking their report. I looked into their revenue. They kind of missed on the actual report, and the stock is still gapping up. So the press conference is going on right now, and the stock has just been climbing much, much higher since the actual earnings press conference happened. So obviously Cleveland Cliffs is saying something positive that the market is really, really liking. We'll look for sympathy plays in Steel Dynamics, which is ticker STLD. But steel stocks right now are gapping up pretty tremendously to the high side. Let's see. So the CEO seals steel demand rebound thanks to the new trade environment. Okay. So it is better than expected guidance, I think, for the market, and the market loves when there's positive guidance across these particular tickers. So very, very positive news for steel stocks. They are certainly gaining some traction and momentum today. Let's see. Cleveland Cliffs surges after it's saying it'll expand its presence in rare earth productions. Okay, that is probably truly the headline that is pumping Cleveland Cliff today, guys. So obviously we've seen this huge push for rare earth production, rare earth minerals. One ticker that we've absolutely crushed trading it is CRML. Critical Metals Corporation. This has got the Trump endorsement behind it, being the fact that you've seen these trade escalations happen between China and US regarding limiting exports of rare earth metals. Both countries need rare earth metals, and China certainly has a little bit of a monopoly over rare earth metals. So you've seen this big push on a national security basis from the US, and the fact that Cleveland Cliffs is now announcing that they're going to expand their presence in the rare earth production market is a very positive sign for the stock. We've seen how quickly stocks can run just based off of that pure rare earth metals thematic trade aspect, that headline. So keep your eye on Cleveland Cliffs. Let's see what STLD is doing, but very, very smart from the CEO to kind of mention that they're starting that production. STLD, which is the sympathy play, is not moving as much, but it is catching a bit of a bid. Obviously, their earnings are set to take place as well. We'll continue to watch those names. All right, let's see what else is shaking and moving this morning. Lithium Americas Corp, that's another thing that you've seen the Trump administration endorse is lithium stocks. LAC right now gapping up on the session from 679 to 723, seeing a little bit of strength. Trader 586 saying lower crude prices are bearish for nat gas production. Interesting. Yes, you're actually right. That's a great observation. Thank you for that. Great observation. That's a very, very valid point. All right, let's see what else we got going on here, guys. TE, so T1 Energy gapping up this morning, making its move on one of the highest top gainers on the New York Stock Exchange today. Let's see some of our top losers. Anything worth trading this morning? Not really seeing too many losers on the session. Let's look at the NASDAQ. Wow, look at Beyond Meat, guys. BYND. I mean, an absolute trash of a company just based off of a pure balance sheet and financial fundamental view, but the technical price action was getting obliterated down here. I mean, that gap down and sell, huge volume. Basically, that low pivot, that gap fill around 50 cents, it's already up 100% off of the lows. Today, Beyond Meat is up 56.4%. Volume is insane in the pre-market for BYND. BYND Meat stock surges after a debt swap. No bankruptcy, but tons of dilution. Interesting. Okay. So BYND surprised the market with a sudden rally on Monday, even as it handed most of the company over to its bondholders. So it's surviving the bankruptcy in the very near term, BYND, which is obviously somewhat positive. Investors are thinking that. But there's going to be a lot of shelf offerings to just dilute the buyers that buy. So this is not a stock you want to hold, I don't think, for the long term until you see some sort of signs of positivity in the actual financials. But BYND, monster move this morning, just absolutely ripping to the upside. Crazy, crazy volatility. Adaptimmune, ADAP, getting absolutely slaughtered this morning, down 67%. Wow, 79, 80 million shares. That is just getting absolutely clobbered. There's probably some sort of news on maybe some failure of their trials. Let's see what I can find here. Adaptimmune or shares are shading lower as the company announced it will delist from the NASDAQ. Okay, so ADAP is delisting from the NASDAQ, and look at that. Investors are like, get me out of this name. Full forced liquidation. Crazy, crazy. Certainly impressive to see how stocks can move some days, right? It's always very impressive. All right, what else we got going on? Let's see here. Data Vault, wow, DVLT, guys, that is pushing to the upside, up 22.91%, over 7 million shares in the pre-market, gapping up this morning. It's basically one of those stocks that had that massive pullback over the last, say, 1 to 2 weeks, but seeing a considerable bounce this morning. The big area that I want to see Data Vault get above is probably that red bar high from Wednesday, October 15th, which would put the high around 230. If you can clear 230, Datavolt is going to run to new highs. Plug Power, PLUG, seeing a bounce this morning. Never truly retested that 20-day moving average, but managing to hold this previous high pivot breakout from early January of this year. So Plug Power looking to gain a little bit of momentum in the very, very near term. All right, let's see some unusual volume. Is there anything worth trading? CCM, Concord Medical Services, they're gapping down this morning. Seeing quite a bit of selling in that name. GCTS, which is a semiconductor play. That one's seeing a little bit of unusual volume in the pre-market, and the volume is to the downside, so that's seeing a little bit of sell side pressure as well. Let's see what else we got going. All right, let's go through some of the most active stocks here. So we've got ticker Archer, which we discussed. eVTOL stocks are acting very, very well. We've got Path, ticker PATH, which has been strong ever since it announced its OpenAI partnership. That's acting very, very well. Lithium Americas Corp, BBAI, Big Bear AI, that's seeing a little bit of positivity in the pre-market, up a few percentage points. Teladoc is seeing some decent activity in the pre-market. TDOC, ticker TDOC. That's gapping up this morning. This chart is not looking bad. The only risk is it has earnings coming up on, when is that? Wednesday, October 29th, so in about 9 days. So you might get a little bit of a run up on TDOC into earnings, but it's always a risk holding Teladoc into earnings. You can see the last several earnings, they've just absolutely slaughtered Teladoc to the downside. Let's look at IONQ. IONQ is one that we took profits on the short side on Friday. You can see the levels that it's retesting. It's piercing that previous Fibonacci level, 382. You've sliced through daily chart moving average like a hot knife through butter, but you back tested. Look what you back tested, that weekly chart 7 moving average. So it's a big weekly chart level. It's the first retest of IONQ since you broke out in mid-September. So it's likely going to defend that weekly chart level maybe for a week or two. If it starts to decide to break down, then you wait for a short until you start sweeping that lower weekly chart support level at around the 7-week moving average. All right, let's look at Fubo here. Fubo seeing a little bit of strength in the pre-market, quite a bit of activity. This is a stock that is bouncing right ahead. I was looking for an actual buy off the daily 200 moving average. Came very, very close on Friday, just kissing it. Looks like Fubo wants to bounce. Not a bad area to try to get long. QBTS, we've touched base on that already. Let's look at HIMS, HIMS. So HIMS obviously got absolutely wrecked on Friday, closing down on the session 15.84%. And then on that Thursday candle, that was down another 5.7. So in 2 trading sessions, HIMS fell about 20%. It's catching a little bit of a bounce, but this is a stock that looks like it's now a short the pop. You can see this trend line that I have. It kind of correlates with the daily 200 moving average, which puts HIMS right back around 46. But believe it or not, I think HIMS is going to come back down to that $41, $40 level before we start to see it firm up again and take its next little leg higher. But HIMS is probably going to keep coming in. QuantumScape, QS. All right, QS right now is up a little bit in the pre-market, up about 3.45%. We will see what happens here. Pinterest seeing a little bit of strength in the pre-market as well. Interesting. Oracle's slightly negative. Pfizer's green. MP Materials, that's also been one of those names that have just absolutely been running to the high side on the rare earth theme. Very, very impressive. All right, we got about 13 minutes till the open here, guys. Again, it's hard to chase everything after a gap up, especially this is just, it looks like it's a dead cat bounce gap up. You know, you got AMD strong, you got Robinhood catching a nice bid. Everything pretty much, for the most part, is seeing some nice strength. Today, we obviously do have some trading expectations on watch. I'm looking at the main indices this week, and we're at a pretty key inflection point, especially when we look at the S&P 500. The S&P 500 has been going through this nice little choppy consolidation range. And we're just going to keep things simple, right? Technically speaking, you still want to short this area that we're into. You might get a little bit of a sweep of these 2 previous highs. So call it 669.80, 670 is a more likely short area. But until we get that 4-hour candle close above this resistance, the market is still just chopping around in a wedge pattern. This wedge pattern, the apex of the triangle, guys, it comes to its head around Wednesday. So we should either have a breakout or a breakdown on the S&P 500 come by Wednesday. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. Obviously, the markets tend to like to front run patterns, so we will see if we can get that breakout early on this week. Like I said, there's not too much economic data that we have to worry about today. What else we got? Sotera Health. A Labs seeing a little bit of downside price. So this is one that is very interesting. Ticker ALAB, ALAB, Astera Labs, has been under immense pressure. You've triggered that bearish formation, daily chart head and shoulders pattern. The problem with ALAB is it's still looking a little bit weak in the pre-market. You did put in that daily chart bottoming tail on Friday, but it lacked some conviction and volume. So you are getting a nice retrace today. There is a potential that if you sweep this daily chart bottoming tail, you should get some buying pressure off of that name. It's getting very, very oversold and stretched just in the near term. But now that it's entering this gap window, you have to kind of think that the better trade setup on the swing trade investing side would be to fill this downside gap around 135 and change. All right, let's see what else we have just for any headlines. And feel free to put any tickers in the chat there on YouTube, guys. YouTube chat. Take a peek. You are seeing the dollar trying to firm up. It just basically went positive in the pre-market. Your yields, 2-year yield is down 0.2, 10-year yield is up 0.52. Gold continuing to rip, guys. Gold put in that nasty down candle on Friday on considerable volume. You're getting an absolute monstrous retrace back up 1.65%, defending the 4,300 level like a champ. Gold has just been an absolute full beast mode. So pretty crazy to see the strength in these commodities. Obviously, you're getting gold and silver miners bouncing, but whenever you get that high volume sell on GLD, and I did do a little bit of a video, look at that amount of volume. You got to just watch this volume on GLD. You're currently above it on the GLD chart, but you got to watch that volume. That is telling you that, okay, some big players just took some profits in the gold space, and we will see if we want to come a little bit lower. All right, let's do a quick final scan before the markets open. Then we'll go to split screen mode and settle in for the live day trading session. Let's see. Molson Coors Beverage expects 35 to 50 million in severance charges. Okay, it's nothing there. End drop. Let's see. LightPath secures 4.8 million follow-on order for infrared camera systems for public safety use. Well, that's a pretty positive headline. LPTH, LightPath Technologies, basically securing another $4.8 million order for its infrared cameras. Not a bad session there for that particular ticker. Gapping up. Lululemon, that's seeing some positivity in the pre-market. I still think Lululemon is a no-brainer buy at these levels for a long-term investment. If you have time in your portfolio, just tuck it away. Don't even worry about it. Just tuck it away. So if the markets keep trending, guys, I think Boeing is a safe place to try to trend it for a long play. Very, very positive news headline that came out on Friday for Boeing. That is a top ticker to watch this week. If the markets remain firm, that stock is going to grind. If you're looking for high beta speculation, your LiDAR plays, guys, ticker Ouster, ticker LIDR, INVZ, they are obviously on watch for continuations. More speculation trades are going to be your quantum names. I wouldn't buy and chase it off of the open today. I'd wait for at least a little bit of a retrace lower, but they're not looking too bad. All right, we got 8 minutes till the open here. I'm just doing a final scan of any news headlines that may be worth mentioning. Let's see here. CleanSpark announces business evolution from pure play Bitcoin miner to include AI compute, hires industry veteran Jeffrey Thomas as SVP of AI data centers. Interesting. BMNR, so Tom Lee's Bitmine immersion announces ETH holdings reaching 3.24 million tokens and total crypto cash holdings of 13.4 billion. Pretty strong. Pretty strong for sure. Let's quickly take a peek at these space stocks since they've also been a hot theme. ASTS had that nasty sell on Friday, gapping down. This morning it is gapping up quite sharply. Rocket Labs, RKLB. That ticker is still trying to defend the 7-day moving average. Still looks like RKLB wants to head for that $76 target. All right, let's settle in here for the live day trading session. As always, we'll be watching pretty much several different tickers. We'll keep the S&P 500 chart here open. And again, we got that 10-minute EMA. We got some volume shelves that we will take into consideration. We got those opening range high and lows. Right now, it is looking like the market's acting quite well. And if this market can break out here of this intraday 10-minute pattern, you've triggered a 10-minute inverse head and shoulders on SPY, which again, from this breakout little neckline, it has an upside target of about 676 on your S&P 500. So we'll continue to watch that intraday pattern. I don't really like it when patterns gap up from a breakout. I much prefer to see it intraday. There's some critical resistance levels that we need to keep on watch in the S&P 500. You know, the big one that I'm watching is this little pivot high here. Okay. I would look to fade the S&P 500 off of the open if we push into this prior day high. 668.71 is kind of what I'm looking at fading off of the open, okay? All right, we have 5 minutes here till the open. Let's just do a quick rundown here. So again, quantum acting well. LiDAR stocks acting well. Let's look at Serve Robotics here. SERV, guys. That is seeing a nice gap up, closing at 1433, bouncing to 1496. I think Serve Robotics is going to retest this week around 1580. Your 7-day moving average is sitting at 1611 on Serve Robotics. It's a name that we've obviously been inching in on the long side as well, but looking very, very good. All right, we are only a few minutes away from the open, so get your brokerages ready. Again, not too much economic data that we have to worry about today, which is actually supportive of higher price, guys. I mean, when we look at the economic calendar this week, not too much that we have to worry about, at least early on. We have some retail inventories coming out in 33 minutes. Got some ECB talk. You got some Canadian data, the Bank of Business Outlook survey. You got a 3-month, 6-month bill auction around 11:30, but not too much. We do have some movement in your commodities. Keep nat gas on watch, guys. There is a short opportunity, but it's just a little bit higher. We will see what happens here. All right, we got a few minutes till the open here. Few minutes till the open. So we have 3 minutes till the countdown. So far, stocks are catching a really nice bid. Your high beta stocks are seeing some strength. You got your Russell 2000 IWM outperforming in the session today. So look for those Russell stocks to either maintain bullish structure today, or if they get rejected, that will be a little bit of an indication that we have a bit of a short the pop week in play. So let's see what happens here. Your S&P 500 gapping up into 667.27. So far seeing some nice considerable strength in the pre-market. Let's get ready. 2 minutes for the New York Stock Exchange opens here. We got gold ripping, dollar somewhat flat, crypto ripping. Uh, your mega cap tech stocks are somewhat mixed. They're all pretty much positive except Nvidia lagging a little bit. Apple absolutely ripping today, up 1.46. Tesla's opening up 1% higher. So far from an indices standpoint, IWM small caps up 1.13%. It is holding steady. It's leading the charge. Then you have your NASDAQ QQQ up 0.55% and your S&P is up 0.44%. So we got a lot of things watching. I'm watching MicroStrategy, Archer, Enovix, Serve Robotics, the S&P 500. I got a lot of things that I'm watching here. I do have some trade ideas. As always, we will post them in our live trading chat. If we find any high value opportunities, I will also call them out here if I think they're worth mentioning. All right, keep your eye on financials this week as we're continuously seeing more and more companies report earnings. We'll watch the high volume list. All right, guys, markets are open. Your S&P 500 is still gapping up here, trying to push to the high side. High volume stocks, LAES up 10%, HPE up 0.3, RXRX up 9.3, HIMS up 2.5%, NVTS up 3.5%. Open Door Technologies, that's slightly green. Plug Power, Strength. Nvidia's gone green. Bitfarms up 5.59. Nat Gas still absolutely ripping. Your S&P 500 is coming into that prior high pivot from Thursday, October 16th, which is around 668.70. It's a little bit of an aggressive short level. Archer Aviation up 6.32%. Quantum stocks absolutely ripping here, guys. AMD up 1.6%. CoreWeave slightly negative. Skyworks is down. Quantum names still trying to push here. Western Digital, Micron, strong days. China stocks are mixed. Duolingo, Google seeing some strength. Snapchat up 1.3%. Nvidia back to the negative side. You're seeing your S&P 500 acting exceptionally well here. Still seeing unrelenting strength. Big Bear AI has turned positive. So you always got to watch Nvidia. If Nvidia continues to see some sell side pressure, that's going to be like an old ball and chain on the market. It won't allow the S&P to do a true trending session. Look at Nat Gas, guys, up, oh my goodness, almost up 10%, doing a high pivot liquidity sweep. Nat Gas is into a shortable level here. Just from a pure day trading standpoint, you've swept some massive high pivot liquidity zones. It's extended intraday. It hasn't really had a pullback. It's aggressive because it's the Widowmaker and has a lot of leverage products in it, but Nat Gas, huge move. All right, I'm going to look at maybe fading this S&P 500 rally a touch. Right now, you still have Nvidia falling here in the pre-market. So two things can happen. Nvidia can push back to the positive side and it'll give the S&P and NASDAQ another boost here. Or we're going to see Nvidia break down and sweep this low and then target this 180.55 area, which will likely cause the S&P to fall here a little bit. But a lot of green on the screen, guys. A lot of green today. Even energy stocks are green despite the weakness in crude oil. All right, markets are into your first shortable level here. If you're aggressive, let it sweep this high. The better levels up here on SPY, 670.33-ish. But this is your first area to try to fade SPY with some 0DT put options. Just keep in mind, let it sweep this high. Let's go to the 1-minute chart just to see what we're dealing with here. All right, Nvidia's getting real heavy here, guys. Nvidia's starting to come in pretty sharply. Seeing quite a bit of sell side pressure. Again, I already put in the pre-market chat, the live trading chat, what I'm expecting for the S&P 500. We are trying to break out of that wedge formation that we have been kind of chopping in for the last, say, week or so. You can see the strength in the S&P 500 is still alive and strong. Serve Robotics having a good day. LiDAR stocks are seeing some positivity. Master Sensei saying the new north is getting freezing temps in a month to come, the nat gas boom. Yeah, that's likely what's causing it is the weather temperature change and demand. Webull taking a dump. Yeah, Webull, ticker BULL, has just been absolutely a dog. Cannot seem to catch any sort of a bid under a lot of pressure. Looking at CoreWeave today is taking a nice decline off of the open, seeing a nasty 10-minute reversal candle. Again, like I said, this is the shortable level on SPY. You are seeing a little bit of selling on the 1-minute chart. NUAI, surfers, I hope you're still holding that NUAI because you are absolutely blasting off here into space. I know you were accumulating those common shares. Surfer's saying, I think we should take Amazon puts. Let's look at Amazon. I don't know. Amazon's so oversold here, and it is triggered a little bit of a bullish 10-minute intraday pattern. You've broken out. You haven't confirmed, so the candle will close in about 5 minutes. And again, I just like to wait sometimes a few minutes off of the open unless we're in a huge technical zone to make a nice trade. But I'm waiting for that first like 15 minute candle to establish itself. What's really interesting, guys, is quantum stocks have been faded. QBTS getting that nasty 10-minute candle down. Rigetti, RGTI, nasty 10-minute candle down. Absolutely getting faded. The market is seeing some sell side pressure here through some of those higher beta stocks. A lot of them are starting to lose steam here. Nvidia now down 0.61% and falling fast, guys. Microsoft has almost gone negative. Tesla's been faded off of the highs. Apple is still a beast. Up on the session 2.42%. Wow. You got Bitfarm still acting well, Datavolt still up 17%, Cleveland Cliffs still ripping up 16, Intel up 3, Rigetti's getting faded. ABAT ticker ABAT up 23, GSIT up 66%. Whoa, where did that move come from? You sold at 5, AWS global outage. Oh, okay. Interesting. So but honestly, that might be, I swear stocks know that news ahead of time. You would think that that news would just absolutely crater Amazon. But it seems to be that Amazon is climbing that wall of worry. All right, guys, you're doing a nice 1-minute intraday sweep here of SPY. You're trying to get above that previous little pivot high zone. So this is your short right here, guys. That is a sweep of that area. I'm just being a little bit patient. We've only been open for about 6 minutes. So I just want to really see what happens here in the market. We are seeing Nvidia catching a nice bid. Amazon, guys, breaking out. And honestly, the daily chart of Amazon, backtesting the daily 200 moving average, it is into a strong value area here for Amazon. So looking pretty good from even a swing trading standpoint. Not a bad zone to potentially accumulate. Robinhood acting very, very well. ACN, DraftKings, Vistra Corp seeing some strength. Oklo, that's only up 0.862%. MicroStrategy, guys, MSTR is ripping today. Look at that ticker we bought on Friday accumulated. I know Sarfers, you were in that. You were selling puts, which proved to be a huge banger of a trade. So congrats there, Sarfers. MSTR bouncing off that 1-year moving average. Now it's trying to slice through the 7-day. It's up 3.76% on the back of crypto stocks acting very, very resilient. Wow, look at Lululemon today, guys. Up 4.21%. Big spike to the high side. Let's look at Nike. How are these consumer discretionary stocks doing? Nike just starting to get going intraday. We'll see if that one can firm up in the near term. Nat gas still holding value up 8.78% on natural gas. That is a crazy move. Bitcoin still up 1.86%. Solar stocks catching a bid here. Again, a lot of stocks are green here. A lot of stocks. Quantum are still under pressure. WHC, guys. WHC, not a ticker that a lot of people know about. It is Whitehaven Coal Limited. This stock is breaking out on the daily chart. I repeat, Whitehaven Coal Limited, WHC, looking very strong on the daily chart, breaking out of an inverted head and shoulders. That should have upside to about 772. Apple's still a beast, up 2.43%. Crazy. Let's look at Intel here. I've been looking at maybe fading Intel. One more maybe sweep of this high pivot. I would look to fade Intel. So just not ready yet. Let's look at this GSIT. That stock is absolutely moonshotting right now. Your S&P is still holding some value up here. A little bit of 1 minute tick selling, but still holding some strength. I'm still looking at potentially fading SPY off of this vicinity. I'm looking at 668 0 DTE puts. Right now, what are these contracts? Those contracts are $1.18, $1.22. We are seeing some selling. Let's look back at NVIDIA because NVIDIA is seeing some weakness. Your Russell 2000 still absolutely ripping to the high side, up 1.64%. NVIDIA down 0.3. Tesla still acting somewhat well. Your S&P still holding value. What else we got? All right, so we've now been open for about almost 10 minutes here in the market. So we're going to get that first 10-minute opening candle, and it's a pretty positive candle right now. So 10-minute opening range breakout has been triggered. We will see if we get it confirmed. If we confirm this breakout with another higher 10-minute candle close, the market's going to be in full bull mode to start the earlier of the week. If we get slapped here, which so far we're getting slightly rejected on your S&P 500, we're going to go lower. So I'll put the poll in the YouTube chat here, guys. Are we going to see the good old-fashioned gap and crack in the markets? Does the S&P 500 close negative? Or go negative, I should say. Does SPY go negative? Gap and crack. Do we see the good old-fashioned gap and crack? Alright, I put the poll in the YouTube chat there, guys. Does SPY go negative? Alright, let's see what else we got going on here. RX still up 14% and ripping. Cleveland Cliffs still up 14%. Datavolt still up 22. Plug Power up 5. Nat Gas still ripping and roaring here. I am interested in fading Nat Gas, guys. I'm very close here. Sweeping through the weekly 200 moving average like nobody's business. Absolutely impressive. Such an impressive move for Nat Gas. I mean, wow, those colder temperatures certainly came. And this was on the back of it's funny because Nat Gas was getting bearish inventory reprints for the last couple weeks. And now all of a sudden, bang, new weather forecast and you rip. You rip. All right, S&P going through a little bit of distribution here. Still have strength in ENVX. Look at ENVX today. That is showing some stellar price action, trying to push to the high side. Let's look at Serve Robotics here. That name is also trying to hold some value after some initial sell side candle. Look at the dip buying in the S&P. It is looking phenomenally strong. Nvidia is trying to go back to the positive side here. Markets are, believe it or not, acting a-okay so far on this trading session. We've broken down the 10-minute, but we need to confirm it. You can see that we still haven't had a higher close on the 10-minute basis above this previous high pivot from Thursday, October, 16th. So I'm waiting for that high pivot close to swing the probabilities in favor of a bullish continuation. But typically when the markets like to break out, they do like to break markets out on a Monday. A lot of action happens on a Monday where they can break it and then they can keep trending us into the end of the week here. You got a lot of new options contracts, a brand new week starting. MicroStrategy still acting well. Look at this CODI, that's up 5% now, guys. A biotech that is very risky. Cody. Let's look at BCDA, I was mixing the two up. That's actually just flat on the session. Let's look at Ouster here. Ouster's trying. S&P going for another new high of day sweep. Here we go. Canopy growth. So marijuana stocks are trying to catch a little bit of a bid here, guys. CGC has been one choppy stock. Seeing a bit of distribution. CoreWeave still under pressure. Boeing up 1.4. SOXS are getting faded here. Micron's still strong. Alibaba's gone slightly negative. Snapchat's still up 1%. Google having a stellar day up 1%. PayPal up 1.45. Ethereum and crypto seeing a little bit of a breather. Wow, nat gas is just surging here. All right, we're going to have a short trade on nat gas, guys. Absolutely, we are going to have a short trade on nat gas. I'm going to go into KOLD, which is a triple short nat gas. I repeat, KOLD is the triple short nat gas. That's what I'm looking at trading here. What's really fascinating is KOLD is only down about, what are we down? 9.28% on cold ETF. And nat gas is up 9.6. So, wow, look at that move. That is just filthy. Let me look at the actual UNG chart to see what that's up. UNG right now is up 6.66%, the devil number. All right, so maybe UNG wants to get to this gap fill, guys. So that would be actually the better area to short. So this is why it's important to look at the underlying commodity, which is natural gas chart. Then you look at the ETF trading, which is UNG for nat gas, the main one. And then we obviously looked at cold on the back of my other screen here, and you can see that UNG still has a gap fill around 1274. So if we hit that area, come into that gap window, that's where I would absolutely pull a hard short on nat gas. So you might get a little bit of selling here on nat gas because again, the actual underlying commodity is super extended, but I want that UNG gap fill. That is my big area, but what a move in natural gas. To think we were accumulating BOIL just for a day trade scalp at the lows there. Fully exited my BOIL. I wish I still had that. Would've, could've, should've, right? 3 best traders. All right, we're still seeing quite a bit of green on the screen. Quantum names, Rigetti still under pressure, down 1.68%. QBTS down 0.23. Look at ENVX, guys. We're looking to potentially start another short squeeze event. ENVX is starting to rip here. Here we go. Push it, ENVX. Push it. Archer Aviation still pushing for $12. Again, our $12 calls did go in the money there for Archer, but this market is looking filthy today. It's looking strong, guys. I'm surprised quantum names are acting this weak. Go figure. Crazy. Archer Aviation still a full beast mode. Nvidia's still kind of lagging the party right now, so will they try to push Nvidia positive? Because you still have the Qs up 0.88%, Nvidia's negative. That's pretty impressive. IWM is just absolutely flying to the high side here. Gold seeing a little bit of selling, so keep that on watch. Look at ENVX rip here, guys. ENVX is testing $12 and climbing here. Absolutely pumping to the high side right now. Crazy mover. Cole Store seeing a little bit of blackberries green. Ouster seeing some strength. Let's do a quick sector check of the S&P 500. See what sectors are outperforming, see what sectors are underperforming. So far, no trades other than my swing trade positions. Again, it's hard to chase a gap up. Obviously, things are continuing to bounce. We've traded quite a number of names on Friday. We picked up quite a few number of stocks on the long side. Archer, ENVX, Serve, MicroStrategy. Archer Aviation, guys, our $12 calls just went in the money. That was a Friday bounce trade. That is acting very well. All right, SPY is still trying to charge here higher and higher. Still pushing. November 7th. All right, members, I'm trimming half of my Archer $12 calls. Trimming half, guys, for a nice chunk of profit here. That's a member swing trade in the option group. And I'm just going to keep a break-even stop loss. Again, those are the November 7th $12 calls. Trimming half at $1.10. Locking in some profit, guys. So beautiful job if you caught that with us. So I like to see. So that's a nice 34% profit, and we just accumulated that on Friday. All right, guys, so trimmed half of the Archer calls. Okay, just a heads up. TTD, APK saying TTD is squeezing. Let's look at TTD here. That's one that, oh, I missed the bottom. I wish I should have freaking bought at the bottom. We were watching that day in, day out, and I can't believe I missed the long on trade desk, TTD. Yeah, look at that ticker. It's starting to put in that inverse head and shoulders. I'm hopeful. I'm hoping. I'm praying. Going to bed at night and praying that TTD retests this 46.50 area. It still could. It's going to take the market, but it still could. Look at MicroStrategy ripping today, still up on the session at the highs of its chart, bouncing off that falling wedge pattern like a champ. Truly, truly impressive. Serve Robotics still pushing, Nat Gas still pushing. All right, from a sector standpoint, guys, right now you have industrials absolutely outperforming. It's up 1%. You have XLF up 0.55, communications ETF up 0.7, energy up 0.7, technology XLK up 0.85. Staples are kind of lagging a little bit, but still slightly green up 0.13%. And that's telling you that people aren't looking to play the defensive trade this morning. They are piling into those high beta movers, those higher growth stocks, hence why the Russell is outperforming the major indices today. You have real estate up 0.52%, utilities are up 0.58%, healthcare up 0.7%, and consumer discretionary, the names like Tesla, Amazon, that sector's up 0.85%. Crazy move, but nice bounce there on Archer Aviation, guys. Selling right into that $12 high pivot. Again, I still think it can go higher, but we're just paring back a little bit of that long exposure because we got an extraordinary bounce in such quick succession. All right, EMVX still trying to push and get above 12 bucks. We'll see if that can do its thing. Tesla up 1.88, Netflix up 1.79, Nvidia still negative, Apple up 2.53% and ripping, Google off of the highs but still up 0.68%, Amazon up 0.75, Microsoft just barely green up 0.2, Nat Gas still up 9.4%, gold up 1.42%. Your VIX is getting crushed and squeezed today. That's down 7.45%. Carvana under a little bit of pressure this morning. That's down 0.65%. Interesting to see Carvana still losing momentum even though small cap stocks are squeezing today. Affirm, buy now, pay later, up 4.42%. What a ripper. AMD still showing some strength. Ticker AI, that's up 5.48%. All right, so the market is coming in a little bit. What's interesting is you did get that 10-minute breakout candle, guys, on SPY. You got a 10-minute bullish close above that previous pivot high. This market could easily trend. It's a tough one to short right off of the open here. The bigger short level now, in my opinion, is up here around 670. I think that we're probably due for a little bit of a morning trender here. The big area that I want to see price action defend, if we backtest these previous little pivot highs here, that would be kind of your buy zone on your S&P 500 to go for a little bit of a trend. But markets are structurally holding some positivity this morning. So very, very strong price action. All sectors of the market are green. Keep that in mind. Lots of liquidity sloshing and flowing around today, guys. A ton of liquidity. Certain stocks are still underperforming. Names like Oklo, the nuclear trade down 1.22%. IONQ still slightly negative. CoreWeave seeing some distribution. Skyworks down a little bit. Robinhood up 4.99%. Still seeing some strength in some of your energy stocks, despite crude seeing some distribution. Ticker NEXT, that's having a nice day. That's up 3.2% on the session, looking to build a little bit more momentum. NEXT, that's one that I am bullish on. Archer Aviation up 6.5% still. Bank stocks today, JP Morgan having a decent day, Morgan Stanley having a decent day. DraftKings up about 1%. Marathon Digital up 7.2%, ripping. Ooh, strong day for SMCI today. Wow, big bounce. Big bounce for SMCI today. Up on the session, 7.43% currently speaking. GME, GameStop, that's seeing some strength. Starbucks slightly green. VKTX seeing some strength. Path is up 3.11. So that initial selling off of the open, guys, has been bought up. That initial selling off of the open was gobbled up. Let's see what Bitcoin and crypto are doing. I still think Bitcoin is tagging its first little resistance zone right now. I'm expecting it to remain firm all day as the chart pattern intraday is looking very, very bullish. Right now, Bitcoin is building about an hourly chart 30-minute bull flag pattern that does point to higher price, believe it or not. But the problem right now is your US dollar, guys, is trying to firm up as well. So that Dixie, your US dollar, is trying to actually break out and test the high of day. So that is something that could actually hinder the market in the very near term. That Dixie. We will see. ENVX still up 5%. Rigetti and Quantum still under pressure. That's the real concern as well for the market is quantum stocks in theory should be bouncing with this market. You're getting a really hard sell candle on the S&P 500. So far, 83% people in the poll say the SPY will not go negative today. So SPY will not gap and crack. That's very interesting. More people are leaning bullish this morning. And so far, that is the right call. That's why we bought quite a few names on Friday in anticipation of a bit of a dead cat bounce on Monday. Let's see what else we got moving here. Intel still ripping up 3%. Silver still up about 0.5%, but coming in from the highs. UNG still up 6.9. Lyft is having a decent day. That's up 2.1%. Uber's up about 2%, so kind of trading in tandem. Alibaba seeing some more distribution. Hershey, go figure, ticker HSY, seeing some sell side pressure ahead of Halloween. You know, you would have expected ticker Hershey to be ripping into Halloween season, spooky season, candy and chocolate season, but that stock is going through quite a bit of distribution. Wow, look at these space stocks today, guys. ASTS up 6%. Huge bounce. Rocket Lab up even more, 7.94%. Strong days for those tickers. Natural gas making a new high of day. Yeah, Boyle up 10%. We're going to get a short trade on nat gas, guys. I've just been patient. Again, everything is kind of trending. The only real trade setups that I think are working out is the swing trades. If you took swings on Friday, that's what's playing out. Again, from a day trading standpoint, it's from a risk to reward standpoint, chasing a gap up from a scalping perspective is very dangerous because if you go long off of a gap up, market makers can slap it down, right? If you go short, the trend is still positive in the session, they could easily rip you. So it's very tough when you see the indices gap up from a trading standpoint to chase, which is why I've just been patient. If the gap up is tremendous into bigger resistance level, then it's easy to fade. You know, that's why I'm looking at this natural gas UNG almost into this gap fill for UNG. We will get a short trade, guys. I'm looking at going long KOLD, which is the levered play of nat gas. And I'm probably going to go in 2 tranches. So I'm going to divide my position into 2 key areas. So I'll take my first entry and then my second entry. But basically, nat gas is getting there, guys. It is absolutely getting there for a nice little scalp short. Again, just understand this is the widowmaker. That's what they call nat gas. So size appropriately. This is just a scalp short. One of the viewers, Chance Arcos, is saying, horrible idea, don't short nat gas now. Again, you have to understand, I've been bullish nat gas, we accumulated. This is just a scalp. Every asset moves with profit taking zones. Nat gas will have a pullback. I'm just waiting. I'm patiently waiting. I might get my face blown off, but the big move has come. You're getting some late day short covering now in nat gas. You're getting this huge, huge negative divergence starting to build. Very extended up, almost double digits on the session. Again, we're not looking to stay in this trade. It's just a scalp, right? So we go in with size. We look for, say a 10 to 20%, 10 to 20 cent bounce in KOLD, and we take our profits. But I am interested in still shorting nat gas, guys. My level is a little bit lower for cold KOLD. All right, we're seeing the S&P 500 still trying to consolidate right above that previous 10-minute pivot high. So it's still acting very, very well. Putting in some decent consolidation, never a bad thing. That means that we could still trend higher in this market. Is Webull ready? Webull has just been so disappointing as a ticker. It's trying to firm up. I still like it from a longer term standpoint, but the fact that it had that failed breakout up here is never a good sign. Obviously, Webull has traded such an immense amount of volume, record volume. You're starting to see the volume die down, which is actually a positive sign considering the majority of the volume came in that bottoming reversal candle, that bottoming tail. So I still like Webull, but I just don't know how long it's going to take to truly firm up here. It could chop around for a little bit longer, but yeah, it's seeing a positive reversal today. It was negative. Now it's up about 1.18%. So Webull's acting quite well in the very, very near term. All right. We're still seeing that S&P consolidate bullishly, guys. Nat gas is still trying to absolutely trend here. What a face-ripping rally for nat gas. You've pierced through the weekly 200 moving average. You've swept a massive pivot high zone. Absolutely impressive. Impressive price action. Continuing to grind. I've still got UNG gap fill coming up. Your US dollar is trying to get a little bit of a positive push, looking a little bit better. Bitcoin recapturing 111,000, acting well, just putting in some near-term consolidation. Look at CoreWeave today. That's under quite a bit of pressure this morning. Let's throw up our session levels here. You can see how nat gas has busted through its pre-market high, which is at 384. That's where I'm expecting nat gas to trade to. Oh, come on. Don't pull back yet, nat gas. A little bit more. Get a little bit more. My first long accumulation level on KOLD is around 34.55. 34.55 is my first long level on KOLD. And you are seeing nat gas reverse. Damn, don't do it to me. Don't miss my level by a few pennies. Are you serious, nat gas? That's okay. The thing about trading is you just got to be patient. There will be other setups along the way. All right, high volume names. What do we got going on? That GSIT up 191%, BTBT up 22, Rigetti getting slapped. So quantum names are still struggling here, guys. Open Door up 2.9, Intel still up about 3, Datavolt up about 20.67. All right, we'll watch nat gas there. Let's just quickly check through our mega cap tech just so we can get a pulse on the market. Apple acting resilient today. Look at Apple's daily chart, up 2.5%. Breaking out, trying to break out of that massive consolidation zone. Your S&P 500 still holding technical structure intraday. Can't stop, won't stop. What else we got going on? Oh, what a pullback there in natural gas, guys. Damn. That is now what we could see in nat gas. Nice little pullback on your 10-minute chart. I'd love to see a retest of this little bit of a 10-minute reversal. So we still have a shortable trade. I don't want to see it dip too much. S&P new high, S&P new high. Crazy. Tesla's starting to rip. ENVX just hit 12 bucks. Up 7% on the session for ENVX. Crazy. Tesla still up 2.24%, ripping to the highs of the session, testing 449. Absolutely looks very bullish. You can see Tesla here, guys, has triggered a beautiful inverted head and shoulders on the hourly chart. It has triggered and broken out. All right, so that's kind of your little breakout. And one could argue it's actually this candle, which is an hourly candle, closes in 25 minutes. It's actually confirmed the breakout. So Tesla's chart is looking very, very bullish here in the near term. Upside based off of this hourly chart, bullish pattern, just a pure technical target is around a Pierce of 469. Wow, imagine that wants to do that today. The market has the tendency to try to do a little bit of a trending session, guys. You know, you've got a beautiful 10-minute close above a previous high pivot. You've had that wedge pattern break out very early on the session. You're setting up for an hourly chart breakout. The only caution I have with S&P up here, guys, is notice how you tried breaking out on this candle above this previous high pivot September 22nd resistance. And then you got that beautiful hourly close, and then they absolutely just slapped it down. So that's why we just got to wait for a little bit more price action. So far, though, markets are hanging in there. But I am seeing some of your higher beta stocks coming in, guys. Oh, look at nat gas. That would have been an epic short level. KOLD absolutely just ripped from 34.63 to well above 35. If we look at that XNG USD chart, which is nat gas, it saw a beautiful little reversal there on your 10-minute chart, guys. That's what we were looking for from a scalping short standpoint. Right back into pre-market high, exactly what we said here. The bulls want to defend pre-market high, or you run the risk of coming right back down to 382. So that was a nasty little reversal on that gas off the highs. So the trade setup is kind of off the table right now. I wouldn't get behind it. That was the little short scalp. If we were to make another push much higher, then I would look for another fade. Rigetti and quantum stocks still under a lot of pressure. QBTS down 1.85, Rigetti down 2.63, Archer Aviation seeing some sell side pressure. The big thing is Nvidia right now is still weak. It hasn't managed to turn positive despite the market holding steady. Intel's trying to break out. Been looking at fading Intel, just hasn't been quite ready. Wow, look at this full-on reversal from LAES, guys. LAES was up double digits, and it got absolutely smoked. Wow, that's crazy. That is just filthy. All right, let's look at these 668 SPY puts again. Are we going to get a little bit of a short trade setup? We're getting close to a short trade setup, I think, in in SPY. Very, very short. Look at LES though, that was nasty. I think we got to take our cues from Apple as well, because Apple is holding this market by the scruff of its neck and trying to push it up. CoreWeave still down 1.5%. A little bit more red starting to appear on the screen. Again, some of those higher beta stocks are getting sold into, guys. So keep your eye on this market. There is a little bit of near-term selling happening despite the S&P still grinding here. Let's look at the Russell. No day trades yet, which is okay. You know, patience is often rewarded. We've only taken a little bit of a trim on the swing trade, member swing trade. Some other stocks that I'm seeing, these crypto high computing stocks, name like IREN, Iron Limited, getting absolutely slapped. Gapping and cracking, guys. Cipher mining. So here you have the quantum theme getting faded today. You have the crypto high computing software stocks getting faded. What else is going to go negative here? Are we starting to see a little bit of cracks in the market here intraday? Or are these dips going to get absolutely gobbled up? Time will certainly tell. All right, SPY is still acting very, very well, trending to the upside, a little bit overbought on your 5-minute chart, coming into a short level. This is what I'm waiting for, guys. I'm waiting on taking a scalp short on SPY at this 10-minute high pivot. Come on, get there, SPY, get there. I'm going to look at 669 0 DTE puts when we get up to that level, okay? IWM is softening here. Again, I'm looking at fading the market off of that key resistance area. ENVX still acting well. MicroStrategy still acting well. Apple still a beast, holding steady. Your Russell 2000 is starting to come in just a little bit here. Yep, VIX is under some pressure. That's for sure. Tesla still up 2.11%. Crude oil has made a nice bounce off of the lows, but still negative on the session. S&P still holding steady at the highs. A little bit of top wick selling. Your Russell 2000 is starting to come in just a little bit here. Markets are still holding some structure. Quantum names are still seeing heavy sell side pressure, guys. Quantum stocks are nasty today. Absolutely nasty. Let's see if the Russell 2000 gets gobbled up on this dip. Crude oil still trying to bounce. It's down 0.65%, but trying to make a red to green reversal. Your US dollar is still softening up here, guys. Curling to the downside, looking to crack its opening range low. If it loses this area, the dollar is going to flush down to 98.44, which is its pre-market low, and that does support some higher price in the market. Look at this ticker ROIV, guys. Roivant Sciences absolutely moonshotting here. What a push. Holy moly. Look at that move. Crazy, crazy move. Let's see if these biotechs want to continue to surge here. Let's look at the XBI ETF. XBI is still holding strength here, looking for a sweep of the highs. Come on. S&P 500 is still trending here. We're looking at 670. 670 is almost on deck for the S&P 500, guys. We're going to get a short trade here on SPY. I'm looking at 668 0 DTE puts. Again, that's risky, it's aggressive. Actually, I might flip to 669s, guys. They're a little bit more expensive. Still under $1.90 each. Quantum stock still negative. Canopy Growth seeing some strength. AMD still up 2.88%. Robinhood still up 4.44. Boeing only up 0.83. That's gotten faded a little bit. Oklo down 3% today. I didn't really do a uranium check this morning. URA coming in hot and heavy. Uranium right now is down 0.84%, seeing some additional selling from Friday. OKLO, that's coming in hard, cracking the 7-day moving average on Oklo. Again, Oklo makes zero revenue. Absolutely nasty. Lululemon back up 4% on the session, acting very, very well. Let's look at Snapchat here. Snapchat continuing to bounce off of the 50-day moving average. Not a bad area there. Constellation Brands, ticker STZ. That's seeing a little bit of strength today. That's up 1.82%. Chart pattern's not looking too bad. Carvana getting slapped, down 2.6% on Carvana. That is filthy. Let's look at Intel here. Yeah, I've been wanting to fade Intel, just haven't got quite behind it yet. Bitcoin's starting to soften up a little bit, seeing a little bit of 10-minute selling. CoreWeave down 2.82%. CoreWeave hourly chart looking pretty bearish, like there's a lowercase h pattern building on CoreWeave. I think the next pop in CoreWeave you can short intraday. Intel's getting slightly faded here. So Intel tried breaking out of a bullish pattern, but Intel looks like it's doing a good old gap and crack as well, guys. That's coming in really hard here. The market might see a bit of distribution here. Still have SPY up 0.74%, QQQ up 0.94%, IWM is up 1.32%, leading the charge. Amazon up 0.97%. Amazon's chart is still looking very, very bullish intraday, absolutely trending to the upside. Microsoft still up about 0.5% on the session, still trending to the upside here, looking very, very constructive. Nvidia right now down 0.23%. Chart pattern is not looking the greatest intraday, considering the market is relatively strong. Nvidia is showing relative weakness. Apple still absolutely full beast mode, looking bullish intraday, up 2.5%, consolidating near the highs. Little extended, needs to back and fill a little bit more. But typically, if Apple holds its consolidation, it likes to get a nice end-of-day push. Google looking for another high pivot breakout sweep, looking very, very bullish. Meta having a stellar day, that's up 1.99%. We'll look at that beautiful breakout on Meta, testing 731. Tesla up 1.84%, also continuing to hold bullish structure, acting very, very well. These eVTOL stocks are getting sold into, Serve Robotics getting sold into, ENVX getting sold into a little bit. It seems that your higher beta stocks are getting a little bit of sell-side distribution pressure right now. A little bit more stocks are turning green. Look at how you're getting a little bit more of a divergence now between the S&P and the Russell. The S&P is trying to push back to new highs while the IWM is seeing some considerable sell-side pressure. That's a little bit of a divergence that we are observing, guys. Your Russell 2000 is getting faded here. Uh-oh. S&P could be following suit. Names like CoreWeave now down 3.5%. IREN down 2.32%. INVZ going negative. QBTS Quantum down 3.21. Rigetti down 3%. Uh-oh. Things are looking a little bit dicey here for the markets now, guys. Look at that pullback in nat gas from the highs. What an epic pullback. Already, that's over a 1% pullback in natural gas. Filthy, filthy move. All right, markets are looking a little heavier. SPY, this is an aggressive buy zone for bulls. Your opening range high at 669.13. I'm not buying it per se, but that's where some bulls, the aggressive bulls, should try to defend price. But we're starting to see some serious selling under the hood. And look at the Russell, guys, now entering its gap window. This is a dangerous area for your IWM because your IWM is your leading indice today, and it's now testing its opening range low. If you get that breakdown of your opening range low, we're in trouble on the Russell. That is technically an aggressive buy zone. Keep stops very tight. I would personally wait for a little bit of a liquidity sweep through that opening range low. But your IWM is into, let's see if we can take a bit of a bounce trade through that area. Let's see what these IWM call options are worth. I would look for a sweep and a reversal back inside the range. So 245 IWM calls. Let's look at 246s because those would be slightly in the money. We would dip into the 246. All right, I'm going to look. If we sweep down here on the Russell, I'm going to take in a very aggressive trade. It'll be IWM 246 call options, 0 DTEs. Again, size accordingly, please, guys. Where is that 1 minute EMA 113? I need to turn on my other moving averages here. All right, so you got that 1 minute EMA trading at 245.59. Interesting. Let's see this 5 minute chart support level. Wow, CoreWeave getting dusted here. Quantum still under pressure. A lot of stocks are going and doing a full round trip. They are gapping and cracking a lot of individual tickers right now, guys. A lot of them are seeing harsh moves to the downside. IWM still holding some positive structure, bouncing off of its opening range. S&P still holding positive structure. Tesla getting slightly faded, it's still up 1.5%. Apple still up 2.4, AMD still strong, up 2.6. But that Russell's getting somewhat faded here, guys. It looks pretty weak. Look at names like Serve Robotics, guys. Almost doing the full gap and crack. Archer Aviation has now entered its gap window. Not looking too good. It looks like they want to take these quantum names right back down to the lows. There's a seriously big bounce trade opportunity on these quantum names, guys. If we do a double bottom test and sweep of this previous pivot, QBTS could bounce pretty hard. It looks like to me what happened last week on Friday is probably, since quantum names have been a major thematic trade in this market, pure momentum, not based on fundamentals at all, because the companies are absolutely burning cash and they're kind of dumpster fires. They're not really profitable at all and by any means and not making much revenue. Obviously, there's a bright future, but there's some serious execution that needs to happen over the next 5 years for quantum stocks to really fulfill their valuations. But what likely happened on Friday is you got such a number of people enter upside calls on these quantum names, and market makers are just burning all of those upside calls. They're the stocks that are not bouncing. A lot of people, myself included, if you had to do a poll on Friday and said, oh, if the IWM's up over 1.1%, would quantum names be up? Yeah, I would have bet that they would be up, but that's the exact opposite that we're seeing today. So they're burning those, all of that theta at premium. They're shaking people out. So if we hit these lows, guys, on QBTS or Rigetti, I would look to build into a end of week upside call position. All right, that's kind of my expectation for these quantum names. They're even tempting down here, gonna be honest. You know, a lot of people probably just were shaken out there, but we'll see what happens. All right, let's look at a couple other tickers here. SYM, Symbiotic. Yeah, that's gone through a nice sell side candle yet again. It's negative on the session, piercing your 7-day moving average on Symbiotic. Interesting. Interesting. Crude oil softening a little bit. Again, I'm not in love with any sort of a day trade setup just yet. It's just really swing trades that are working. Just really swing trades. Apple still holding steady. Maybe we can get a bounce trade on Tesla. We all know Tesla should push higher off of this pattern. S&P 500 still in full beast mode. Wow, look at CoreWeave, guys, down 4.43%, breaking down. CoreWeave's about to trigger a potential head and shoulders pattern on the hourly chart. It's coming into the neckline today. So CoreWeave is seeing quite a bit of selling today. Let's see what Tesla's doing here. Tesla's backtesting its 10-minute 7 moving average, still acting very, very well. Let me go to the larger time frame for Tesla. There is a little bit of an aggressive buy here on Tesla coming into play. Market's still acting well. S&P gunning for new highs. You can see Tesla just hit a little bit of resistance, this parallel channel, which is why you're seeing some sell side pressure. But I do think Tesla's going to get bid up again. Look at that S&P 500, new highs on the session incoming. Holy moly. I just want to see a fat impulse green candle to short, guys. Volume trends are light today. Look at the 5-minute volume, just declining on your S&P 500. We're almost completed our first hour here, guys, of trading, and the markets have barely dipped. It's been a nice little uptrending session. Good morning, JP. Hope you're doing well. Robinhood's still absolutely flying. Ticker SE. Seeing a nice move this morning. SE is up a few percentage points. Your S&P 500 still absolutely trending. Rigetti still down on the session. Nvidia has made a monstrous move, guys. Look at this Nvidia chart. So Nvidia was lagging the market. Now we're in a full trend mode. All mega caps are green. Nvidia was red, down almost 0.6% on the low of day, and now it's absolutely breaking out to the high side through its prior day high from Friday on the 10-minute chart. Serious volume. Market is ripping. Market is absolutely ripping here. We are seeing some considerable strength now in the world's largest company, and the market is in full bull mode once again. Look at that move in Nvidia, guys. Oh my goodness, they are just eating that call wall and volume. That is a filthy, filthy move on Nvidia. SPY is still coming into that very interesting liquidity sweep zone short, but the market has broken out. Your first hourly candle closes in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Let's see if they want to sweep that hourly candle level. 670 is approaching on SPY, guys. What a move. What an absolute move on your S&P 500. That is a crazy move. Big bounce in the market. You had now participation. Ram saying it's my Indian festival of Diwali. Hope you know about it. Happy Diwali. Yes, sir. All right, man, we're still seeing. All right, markets are into that very aggressive short level. I want to see it sweep that high pivot. So that would be that high pivot candle is at 670.23 would be a Pearson sweep. Nvidia is just ripping now, trying to play catch up. Nvidia's like, hey, everything is rallying today. Why don't I join the party and pump this market higher? So that's exactly what's happening here. S&P 500 new high of day. Absolutely in full beast mode here. Look at SPY absolutely ripping to the high side here, guys. Huge, huge push. Look at that. Volume is starting to get a little bit thicker here. You can see Nvidia is coming into a little bit of a wide range red bar sell-off candle. So this is a short zone on SPY. This is a short zone on SPY. Sweep of that high pivot. Markets are in full beast mode, guys. All right, high risk, guys. I am in 669 0DT puts. High risk. Going for a little bit of a pullback here. 669 0 DTE puts, looking for a small pullback. Let's see if we can get it. I got filled at 65 cents. We did sweep that 10-minute high candle there. Again, this is a very, very aggressive level, but we were waiting for it. Come on, give me a little bit of a pullback. Give me a little bit of a pullback. All right, we're getting a small pullback here. Come on, give me a little bit more, S&P. You're into a nice resistance here. I'm looking for about 75 cents on my first trim. Well, it would be a 10-cent gain per contract. But 75 cents or lower should be first trim. NVIDIA is still just absolutely ripping here. Come on, NVIDIA, give us a little bit of selling. Give us a little bit of selling. You're into that wide range red bar candle on NVIDIA. So there is some resistance here. We're up about 5 cents a contract here on these 669 zeros. Again, TP1 I've drawn on the screen here, guys. I'd look to trim half of my contracts there. Markets are still holding quite well here. IWM still pushing. Your dollar is absolutely cratering here. NVIDIA is still in full beast mode here, guys. Come on, give me a little bit of selling off of that 10-minute high pivot. A little bit of selling. Come on. Wow, look at NVIDIA ripping, guys. It's going to be hard for the market to see any sort of selling if NVIDIA doesn't sell off here. Come on, SPY. SPY's starting to trickle a little bit. Come on, slow down, NVIDIA. NVIDIA is just absolutely moonshotting here. It's now testing 185 up 1.06%. SPY is still seeing a little bit of selling here, despite the market getting a pump through NVIDIA. Interesting. Quantum names are trying to firm up in the very near term. Come on, S&P 500. See a little bit of a dip. We don't need much. We're in 0 DTE, so contracts move quickly. Come on, nice little dip occurring in SPY, guys. Come on. Come on down, SPY. Come on down. We're getting that little bit of a dip. We're almost into TP1, guys. We're almost into TP1. Here we go. Here we go. We are seeing the markets coming in. Nice clinical short. Here we go. Markets are dipping. NVIDIA getting slightly rejected off of that high volume 10-minute reversal zone. SPY dip buyers are still trying to defend price action a little bit lower. Come on, SPY. They're trying to buy it back up. Still seeing the trade act well off of that resistance zone, but you can see there's sheer buying pressure still in the markets right now. NVIDIA catching a nice dip buy. IWM still acting well. Come on, S&P 500. We're still up on the trade. Could have taken about 15% there. Come on. Come on, S&P. All right, NVIDIA is softening up, but just a little bit more. We'll see if SPY wants to come in. Apple, though, is still trying to trend and break out to the high side, so Apple is just unrelenting right now. That's also a relative strength play that's keeping this S&P 500, this Dow component stock. Hard rejection there on NVIDIA off that 10-minute candle. Come on, Apple, come down a little bit. Back test some lower supports. Come on. Apple's trying to break out to the high of day. Market's still acting well. NVIDIA softening up. Your Russell 2000 still holding some bullish structure intraday. Look how close we came to that first trim target. Come on, S&P. S&P seeing a little bit more selling. We're up about 15% on the trade so far. Looking for a little bit more. Looking for a little bit more. Come on. S&P. We're almost to trim. Come on down. Nvidia is still coming in a little bit lower. Apple's got some nasty high volume top wick distribution. Apple saw an impulse breakout candle through the high. It's now coming in pretty sharply off of the highs, guys. Apple seeing a nasty little volume candle. Be careful. There is some selling occurring in Apple at these highs here. High volume 5-minute candle. Very, very insane volume there on Apple. It is still trying to push here, but Apple, look at that 1-minute candle reversal. That's a bearish engulfing candle on an extreme amount of volume on your 1-minute chart. That needs to be watched very closely. It's still acting very well through its opening range high, but just understand there is some sell side pressure. Big player just unloaded something there in Apple, guys. That's a little bit of intraday observations. Come on, S&P. Melt a little bit lower. Melt. Nvidia retesting its prior day high. Come on, S&P. S&P is almost at my first trim target. All right, guys, I just hit trim target 1 on SPY. Trimmed at 76 cents there. 76 cents. You can even trim better than me at 77 cents. Trimmed half of my SPY contracts. Beautiful put there, guys. Trimmed half of my SPY puts. All right, moving stop loss to break even, which is at 65 cents. That was a beautiful little 18% win, guys. Just a quick scalp there, just to get our beak wet in the day trade room. Again, keep a break even stop loss, which for me is at 65 cents on these SPY 669 puts. So nice little win there to start the morning. And we waited patiently for that 10-minute liquidity sweep. All right, we waited patiently for that area. You know, we waited pretty much a whole hour to take our first little day trade on the indices, and patience was rewarded there. So please hit that like button. Again, we still have some contracts running with a break even. It's a hard break even stop. We could still see a S&P 500 retest that opening range high, which is at 669.13, which would blast our SPY puts basically almost into the money here. SPY and Nvidia and Apple are still holding technical strength. Ram is saying, thank you, great trade. He's also saying the SPY point of control has popped to 668.85. Thank you, Ram. Yep, 668.85 is still quite a ways away to the downside. Nvidia is still up about 0.5%. S&P still, we're still up on our contracts, but SPY's trying to make a little bit of a push here. Come on down, SPY. Come on down. A lot more stocks are actually turning red, guys. You got Oklo now down 4.5%. Western Digital, which was green, is now down over a couple percent. Quantum stocks, Rigetti still slightly negative. QBTS still slightly negative. Archer Aviation has been pretty much faded from the highs. CoreWeave continuing to sell off. You're just getting some last hoorah pushes in your mega cap. Look at Apple, 260 up 3% on Apple Dapple today. That is a filthy move. All right, guys, my break even is about to be tested on these SPY put options, so just keep in mind I will look to take a stop loss at break even. All right, guys, my break even was just tagged on SPY, all out of my contracts at break even. On the other half, we can reassess. So that's just moving capital a little bit defensively. Apple, though, still seeing some pretty intense reversal and volume at the highs of this chart. There is definitely some sellers unloading Apple shares here. It is very, very extended here. Crazy. S&P 500 is still into a heavy 10-minute resistance level. Not only is this a 10-minute resistance, but it is an hourly chart resistance level as well. So you've had a huge hourly candle move into this resistance, if we were to retest at least, say, 50% of that hourly candle move, that would take us back down to 688.81, and that just so happens to align with Ram's point of control zone. So imagine the S&P retested on the hourly chart half of this hourly chart move. You think about it from a market maker standpoint, that would be a lot of max pain liquidity trapped in the trade because people are chasing this breakout. So will they punish the breakout chasers here intraday with a nice retrace? Even if we retrace, it doesn't mean the move has failed. You got Nvidia starting to sell off. You got Apple still seeing a little bit of high volume distribution candles. A potential 5-minute topping tail is building on Apple's chart. Also a 10-minute potential topping tail. 30 seconds left in the candle. So again, Apple's now also into a shortable level. So a 10-minute high volume topping tail on Apple's chart. What we wait for is a 5-minute retrace, and we can look for a short on Apple as well, guys. But Apple's giving us a nice potential high of day pivot signal, telling us that the volume is thick up there. Let's see Apple's hourly chart real quick. It's right into a previous early October consolidation period. S&P just printed a new high. Wow, look at SPY ripping here, guys. That's why you keep break evens on running contracts. It's even into a better short level now, SPY. It's just absolutely getting crazy up here. Crazy. Contracts are now at 58 cents on the 669 puts. Whoa, look at them trend this S&P 500 market. So we threaded the needle there on that SPY little short. I got to go to now to see where my next real resistance is. And honestly, there's this previous gap fill here on SPY. That's my next kind of short level. Right into this area here. That would be my next real resistance to short, which would put SPY at 671. Again, tough for me to still trace because this market is a little extended intraday. But if we head to pierce of 671, I would look to fade your S&P 500 again. Nvidia is seeing a little bit of selling. Apple put in that little bit of a 10-minute doji candle. Let's see if Apple still has the potential to hit 261.50, but volume is telling us that there's definitely some selling occurring up here, at least some profit taking in the near term. It doesn't guarantee a pullback. Financials are still doing well. Canopy growth starting to move here, guys. CGC now at 5.34%. Your S&P 500 is ripping here. That's why you take some break evens on the stops, because canopy growth is starting to move. All right, let's see what we got. What's interesting is even though the S&P is putting in higher highs and higher lows, your IWM has yet to give you a new high. Wow, I am tempted to fade this S&P rally again. We are now even more extended. You don't really have any resistance pivots in here up until you get to this previous liquidity gap zone. But SPY right now is pushing. Pushing for sure. Up almost 1% on your S&P 500. It's a blockbuster move. Nvidia, though, softening up, losing its prior day high. Nvidia is starting to see some distribution. AMD ripping, that's up 4%. Tesla only up 0.9, so that's been faded. Apple up almost over 3% on the session. We got to keep our eye on Apple because Apple's kind of pushing this market into the stratosphere, up over 3%. It is your strongest mag name on the session. Your second strongest is Meta. That's up 1.95. Amazon is your third. That's up 1. And Tesla's up about 0.8. So Tesla and Amazon have kind of been battling each other today for the third strongest mag name. All right, what else do we got going on? Robinhood, stellar day for Robinhood. Oklo just getting clapped. Lululemon, stellar day, up 4.7%. Snapchat still doing okay. Nat gas still up about 8.95%. Here we go. S&P just printed a new high of day. This is all happening while Nvidia hasn't even participated in the recent rally. Nvidia back under prior day highs. So again, are we going to see Nvidia go back to the negative side, which will weigh in on the market, or is Nvidia going to bounce and retest the highs to push the S&P even higher? S&P, the next short level on S&P, SPY for a day trade scalp short is a Pierce of 671.15. You can see it here on my chart, which I'm displaying on YouTube. Basically, that is that previous little gap fill from October 9th, where the market gapped up and had that huge waterfall sell-off. SPY is trending there like a magnet. What a move on your S&P 500. Filthy, filthy trending day. Breakout to the upside. Hourly chart RSI is only at 61.9, so it's not really that extended. Wow, this market is full bull mode today. A little bit of resistance on your daily RSI coming up. Wow. Nvidia is still really not bouncing yet, losing its prior day high. We'll see if it can firm up in the very near term. S&P still grinding, almost at that 671 zone, guys. Apple taking a little bit of a breather, so you're getting a little bit more broad participation. Just one winning day trade here for us in the live trading room. It was a SPY scalp short for about 18%. S&P pushing. We might have another shorting opportunity on SPY, guys. All right, I'm looking at 670 0 DTE puts. 670 0 DTE puts, but I want to see us tag this red trend line. 670 0 DTE puts, right now they're priced at about 65 cents. So we just took the 669s at 65 cents. Now we've moved up $1 on the strike, and they're basically priced at the same amount. We're almost there, guys. We're almost there. I'm getting very close to this level. As soon as we pierce into this level, I'm going to look to enter half a position. Half a position on these 670 0 DTEs. Come on, pierce that previous gap fill. Pierce it. Pierce it. IWM also going for a high. Holy moly, your Russell 2000 is trying to break out to the upside too. All right, we're piercing that level right now, guys. Took a fill at 62 cents. Half position. All right, I'm in SPY puts at 62 cents. 670s. It's a half position. The market is a beast though, so it's very aggressive shorting these counter trend trades. Come on, a little bit of a dip. Let's see if we can. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a dip here. Come on. Markets are still holding technical structure. Nvidia is softening up though. Apple's trying to grind higher here. Uh-oh, Apple's going for another high push. Your IWM just made a new high of day as well, sweeping high pivot liquidity. SPY is just holding steady. There is some sell side pressure into this previous gap zone. As you can see on the 1-minute chart, we haven't been able to get through it just yet. Uh-oh, Nvidia is now trying to catch a little bit of 5-minute liquidity. Come on, I got TP1 down here, guys. Come on, SPY, a little bit of a breather. Take a little bit of a breather. Markets are still holding steady. Apple, you can see, is still trying to push on the 5-minute chart. Your Russell 2000 small caps are absolutely ripping here now. Also trying to trend. Volume is increasing on the Russell. SPY is stretched from your 1-minute EMA like you cannot believe. Absolutely very, very stretched, but it doesn't mean it needs to pull back. Market is in a bullish environment right now. You've triggered a nice intraday pattern. We'll see if it can confirm it on this next hourly candle. China stocks catching a nice bid. ENVX now up 7.2%, trying to go for the highs of the session. SPY just printed another new high of day. Still squeezing. Apple printed a new high of day. S&P is still grinding here, trying to get through that major gap fill zone. Look at that 10-minute chart on Spyland. It's absolutely a beast. Apple's at the highs of the session. SPY's still trying to consolidate just a touch here. Markets are still in full beast mode, guys. China stocks are now catching a nice bid. IQ up 4%. Alibaba was showing some distribution signals. It's now up 2.26%. All right, SPY getting rejected slightly off of that gap. Come on down, SPY, a little bit more. Quite a bit of a hard selling candle on the 1-minute chart. Come on, SPY, a little bit more. Again, I'll look to trim half, move stop to break even if we hit this TP1 level. ENVX squeezing, dollar at 98.50, Nvidia up 0.4, Apple up 3.25, Tesla lagging a little bit, only up 0.94, AMD up 4% on the session, basically at flat on our trade right now. We'll see if we can get a small dip. Come on. Apple new high of day. It's going to be tough for the market to come in if Apple keeps trying to trend here. Nvidia now catching a little bit of a bounce, retesting its prior day high. Apple seeing a little bit of minor selling. SPY still technically under that previous little gap zone. So there is some resistance there, but markets are still holding bullish technical structure. Very, very strong tape here. Nvidia trying to get going again. Russell 2000 still acting phenomenally well. Apple still trying to push. Google up 1.12%. SPY still trying to trend here. Dollar's trying to catch a little bit of a bid. Your semiconductors have swept the highs of 2.27% on your semis. Pretty impressive. Still waiting on SPY to see if we can get a little bit of a dip. It's had a huge session. There's really been no major selling and profit taking. There's been some small little intraday corrections and distribution. So we should be due for a little bit of a bigger sell. We've had a very extraordinary trend within the first hour and a bit of trading. But Apple's still trying to push here. Come on, SPY. Come on down. Your Russell 2000 seeing a little bit of 5-minute selling off of that previous high pivot. S&P, SPY still just chopping around. Apple still punching to the highs. Wow. This is why we went in a half position, because Apple still looks like it could head to this 261.40 area. SPY just ripped to new highs. I would probably add to my SPY put contracts around 52 cents. 52 cents to the 670s, which would be basically around 10 cents from my first entry. So if SPY contracts hit about 52 cents to about 50 cents, I would add to my position, and that would be it. Markets are still holding steady here. And this is the only issue with shorting once you get past that higher volume period is typically with lighter volume trends, right? The market manages to remain a little bit more resilient. IWM still holding steady. S&P still trying to push. I'm down about 4 cents a contract right now on my SPY 670s. Yeah, well, here's the thing, Master Sensei. You're saying don't say that too quickly yet. We've broken out, but the day's not over, right? It's not a matter of how the markets open, it's how they close. Closing candles are much more important than opening candles, so we still got a lot of data, but for now, yeah, the market's looking full bull, but we will see how they close the session today. This market could easily make a big drop to the downside. It's not looking likely that does that, but let's just not get all bowled up too quickly. Obviously, Friday was a nice day to accumulate longs, which we took part in several different new positions. But don't be so sure that any sort of a bear market is canceled just yet. So far, the trend is strong on the hourly and 4-hour chart, and you're still holding higher highs on your daily. I'll give you that much. Does look like right now we're trending to new all-time highs on SPY, but we will see what happens with this next hourly candle close. And the markets do have supportive price by a weak oil price, a weak dollar price, softer yields. So things are certainly looking trendy here. Yeah, so we were taking profits on put options on Friday. We pared back quite a number. We pared back put options on SPY, IWM, quantum stocks. So we were trimming. Last week during the sell and correct video, we trimmed quite a lot. A lot. Gotta stop speculating. Hey, it is what it is. We're all speculators here. So we closed our QBTS puts. We closed our IWM 245 puts. But market's in full bull. I still have some shorts on the table in key positions, but we did pare back quite a bit. All right, hard sell there on this S&P 500. Nice 1-minute rejection candle. Apple is now hitting major resistance, guys. So Apple is not only very extended intraday, it's getting that negative divergence on a couple different time frames, and you're now hitting that up-sloping trend line of resistance. Nvidia keeps seeing sellers off of its prior day high. S&P, look at that 10-minute hard candle. Maybe a little bit of a 10-minute doji candle building on SPY. Come on, S&P. Lose that previous gap fill and come on in. Crude oil now starting to spike. Your US dollar now starting to spike. ENVX up 7.45%. SPY coming in a little bit. BlackBerry, Coles, Serve Robotics still up a couple. Quantum. QBTS is still down 0.5%, guys. Nasty. Come on, SPY. SPY still seeing a little bit of distribution off that zone, guys. Still holding that gap fill, but coming in just a little bit. Oklo has had a nice bounce. Google's still acting very well. Nvidia is seeing a little bit of Sell side pressure. Tesla still up 1% on the session. Come on, Apple. Apple's still a full bull beast mode. Nat gas back up 9% on the session. Crude oil trying to firm up. There's a little bit of a mini 5-minute inverted head and shoulders on the crude WTI crude chart. If that breaks out, crude oil could go positive on the session. We will see if that wants to occur. Dollar is trying to go positive as well. Still holding these SPY 670 puts. Down 2 cents on my contracts right now. All right, S&P, come on. Come on down, S&P. Still looking for a TP target down below around 670.75. Come on down, S&P. Ram is saying dump is coming. Nvidia is getting rejected. Your S&P 500 is just getting sold into here while Apple is still full beast mode, guys. Absolutely full beast mode. Knife is coming. We will see. Come on, S&P. We are slightly short. Markets are still holding really strong technical structure through Apple. Apple's acting very resilient right now, guys. Come on, chop this market down a little bit. All right, S&P starting to break down through that gap. This is what we're looking for. Give us a little bit of weakness. Apple's still ridiculously trending here. Whoa, Apple's just full beast mode right now. That is crazy. Look at the S&P. Beautiful drop. Puts are starting to rip here, guys. TP1 will look to trim half. Apple hasn't even begun to sell yet. Markets are knifing here. Contracts are ripping. Let's go. Can we get 2 for 2 in the live trading room today? Look at that nasty downward candle. We were patient with these SPY puts. Come on, baby. We're up 15%. Looking for first trim into TP level 1 here. Come on. Come on. A little bit more, SPY, a little bit more. That was a nice little dump there. Apple's still ripping higher days. So here's the thing. If Apple starts to give up some of the goods, it's almost pushing up 4%. It seems like that liquidity dump in the S&P has flown right into Apple. That is astonishing price action. Apple is just full bull mode. Look at Apple's liquidity. Holy moly, up 3.94%, testing 262. What a ripper in Apple. Nvidia coming in pretty sharply. Apple's just holding the S&P 500 up right now. Nvidia going almost looking like it wants to go back to the dark side and test negative price action. Tesla getting faded. It was up over 2%. It's only up 0.63%. Markets are still holding quite steady, but it's really Apple that's seeing all of the liquidity right now. Nvidia dumping hard right now. Come on, S&P, hit TP1. Hit TP1. Apple's still trending. Wow, is Apple going to give up any of the goods yet? It seems like all the liquidity that's coming out of Nvidia is flowing right into Apple right now. Apple's pumping while Nvidia is dumping. Nvidia looks like it wants to go negative again. Holy, look at Apple just ripping, guys. And we will see which stock can overpower which. Right now, Apple's holding this S&P from really seeing a bigger downward move. But Apple's going to have to see some sort of consolidation at some point. I mean, you're getting extended intraday. Let's look at this hourly chart. RSI is getting pretty overbought here on Apple, but it is just trending. Apple looked to be going through a bit of a short squeeze covering there. Wow. Oh my goodness, did Apple? Yeah, it did, eh? That's pretty insane. That is pretty insane. Wow, guys, Apple made new all-time highs. Apple just made new all-time highs today. You heard it here first. Apple new all-time highs, up 4% on the session today. Crazy. New all-time highs for Apple Dapple on the back of iPhone sales showing more demand and faster selling in China. Bang, bang. Apple breaks new all-time highs. What a monster. Filthy beast. Absolutely filthy. Come on, Apple. Give back a little bit. Now we will see, is this going to be a bit of a liquidity trap? Right now you're having a huge amount of shorts covering their Apple position, which is why you're seeing these blow-off move candles. So one thing I'm looking for is really the all-time high that was in Apple was all the way from December of 2024. So Apple's previous all-time high goes all the way back to December of 2024. So you're seeing all of those people that were short Apple off of that high pivot have to start covering. Funds that are under position in Apple now have to start buying it because Apple's now in uncharted price territory. Often from a trading perspective, that liquidity gets eaten up and sold into. So I'm still looking for Apple to potentially come in at some point today after a little bit of the short covering move has transpired. Your S&P is still looking a little bit vulnerable. Nvidia getting real heavy here. My oh my, dollar trying to firm up, crude oil trying to break out of a bullish 5-minute pattern. Your small cap still holding quite steady. Huge moves. Crazy. What a session for Apple, guys. ENVX still trying to push. S&P still trickling down, looking like a 1-minute H pattern or bear flag on your 1-minute SPY chart. We're still coming into TP1 here, guys. TP1, we're almost there. I'm almost looking to trim half of my SPY. Come on, give me a knife down. Come on down. SPY's almost there, guys. Almost there. Come on. We're getting some a little bit of selling occurring in Apple. Markets are still trying to hold steady. Let's go to this 5-minute chart of Apple. Starting to come in a little bit. Nvidia's retesting its OR high. Here comes TP1, guys. Come on, SPY. A little bit more. Dump it. Dump it into my level. Nice hard candle down. Come on. Oh, they're trying to defend it. All right, put contracts are still ripping here. Nvidia's trying to stabilize. Oh, come on. Don't do that to me. They're bouncing it right ahead of my TP. It came within pennies of my first trim level. Yikes. I'm still holding. I'm still holding here. But that, damn, they bounced it just before that level. That's crazy, eh? That's crazy. It's the problem with putting your trim levels in advance. It still could come down there. I'm still holding, looking for TP1 to be hit. But SPY contracts were up quite nicely there again. We were up about 18% there at the low. Still holding at 62 cents. Come on. Come on down again, SPY. Come on down. Now, since we just bounced right before that, I want to see it knife through this TP1 zone. Come on, SPY. Go a little bit lower. Apple, how much more can you trend today? Wow, Nvidia's getting a big 5-minute stick to the upside. Nvidia right now is sandwiched between its opening range high and prior day high level. All right, guys, markets are at a weird spot here. They could try to do another sweep of the high. I'm going to make sure that this trade doesn't go against me. I'm going to put a break-even stop loss at 62 cents. We're still up on the position, but I'm just going to put a break-even stop loss on the SPY because SPY's acting quite well off of this little area, and they're trying to bounce it here. So I'm just going to manage a break-even. If we were to float back to the highs, I would re-short it off of another sweep. But I'm at 62 cents break-even stop loss. Markets are still holding steady here. MicroStrategy still up 5.24. ENVX, Enovix Technologies, still up 7.45. IQ, stellar day. SPY's coming in. We're still up on these contracts, still holding the 670 0 DTE puts, priced at 62 cents a con. I have 10 contracts at 62 cents. Looking for first trim a little bit lower. Come on, give us that TP target, man. Let me trim half. Our Nvidia seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. Your Russell still acting well. Quantum names have firmed up just a little bit. And IWM still holding some structure here. Come on, S&P. Give us a little bit more downside price here. We're close. Come on. All right, markets are trying to stabilize here. Come on. Apple's still resilient. Exceptionally strong. Here comes TP, guys. SPY's melting. SPY is melting here. Come on. A little bit more, SPY. Here we go. Knife it through that area. Come on. Take out that low candle pivot. Take it out. We're very close. I'm going to look to trim half into that TP level. Come on. Give me a hard impulse candle down. That's where we will take liquidity. Give me a nice impulse candle down. Sell it. Apple's still acting resilient. Hard for them to sell this market with Apple still absolutely at the highs of its chart. Nvidia is seeing a on this 5-minute chart. Come on, Apple, give up some of your gains. Just stop acting like a beast up here. That's the problem when you're in all-time highs, right? You get that short covering bid, you get that FOMO bullish buying and chasing. Wow. All right, markets now are trying to put in a bit of a wedge formation on your 1-minute chart. Almost a little mini inverted head and shoulders on your S&P 500 here. Which again, if you were to break out of this little bit of a 1-minute inverse, this is, very, very small micro trading patterns. So just understand that. But 1-minute potential bullish pattern forming on SPY. That's why I have a break-even stop loss. I do not want to let any of these contracts go against me. It is a hard stop at 62 cents for me. We're still up about 6 cents a contract here. Looking for more. Come on. We're still looking for a TP zone down below, which we should hit between 15 to 20%. If we hit this TP level, first trim should be around 15 to 20% profit, guys. Okay. Still looking pretty decent here. IWM is softening. Apple's still at the highs, so wow, it's insane, this market. Apple's just absolutely relentless. Maybe it's one of those days where Apple just won't give up any of its gains. I'm finding it hard pressed to think that that's the case. All right, we're still up about 6 cents a contract here. Come on, SPY. Just dump it a little bit lower. Nvidia and Apple. That's the heartbeat right now. All right, markets are coming in. Come on, break it down, SPY. Nice. Eat that volume. Heavy volume selling. Come on. Break it. Break it. S&P, guys. Come on, we're breaking that prior pivot. All right, we're into TP level there, guys. I just trimmed half off of that level. I trimmed half at 73 cents. Beautiful little profit. Moving stop again at break even. 670 puts absolutely ripped there. Beautiful. Look at that dump in SPY. Thank you very much. 2 for 2 here in the live trading room. Contracts are ripping on these 677s. Next trim target, I will close all my puts here at around 670.35. Absolutely clinical. Beautiful. Another 18% win there. So 2 winning trades on the short side of SPY today. Beautiful. Keep that stop loss at break even. Contracts, I still have 5 contracts running in the event that they want to chop us even lower here. Apple's still at the highs. It hasn't even sold off yet. So if Apple starts to sell here, contracts are going to explode even more. Again, nice 2 for 2 here in the live trading room, guys. Let's see if we can get a little bit more downside on SPY. Come on. I would love to see TP2. I do have a bullish area on SPY for a backtest buy, but it's a little bit lower. Come on. Let's go. SPY pushing to the downside here. Contracts are now up 25, 30%. Let's go. Oh, yes. Let's go, SPY. Drop it. Drop it. Oh, that's a nasty candle down, guys. That is a nasty candle down. All right, guys, I'm going to close out all of my contracts here at 84 cents. I'm closing out all my contracts here at 84 cents. Beautiful. From 62 cents to 84 cents, guys. That's what I'm talking about. I'm all out of my SPY puts there. Again, that was a nasty little down move on your S&P 500. Netting 35% gain on the rest of those contracts. Beautiful. I'm no longer short SPY, although it does look like it may want to go lower here. But whenever we get those big impulse move candles down, that's where I look to trim. The remarkable thing, even with the selling in SPY, the Apple has barely sold off. Apple's still remaining so resilient. Again, please hit that like button, guys. 2 for 2 in the live trading room. If you're wanting to see my charts, take a look at our YouTube live channel. That was a crazy. Nice little short zone. So 2 shorts on SPY today. I'm pretty much done day trading for the session. My money's been made. Now I'm just looking for swing trades. Obviously, if something falls in my lap, I will jump on the trade. In terms of a technical long, let's just see where we're at. You know, you're coming back into this previous little high pivot zone here. So this is the thing, right? Are we going to see a hard hourly candle down? Thank you, Ram. I appreciate that because you are putting in a bit of an hourly topping tail. There is some support here on SPY now. There is some support. You're back testing that previous little 10-minute candle sweep zone where we shorted previously. So this is where the bulls need to defend. I would love to see them undercut this high a little bit. You know, I would be more inclined to go for a bounce off of the 670 psychological number. So you're about 35 cents away. But if you undercut that 10-minute high on SPY around 670, that would be a little bit of a better bounce opportunity. But both TP levels were hit. Beautiful. Beautiful. Nice session there, guys. Really, really good session. All right, so that's 620. People starting to see a little bit of selling, guys. Nvidia is still looking a little bit weak. CoreWeave coming in. MSTR still acting very well. Nike acting very well. Let's look at this Cody here. Cody trying to firm up. What else do we have? BlackBerry still trying to push here up 2.12%. Let's look at Webull. I like to now use this time where the volume's a little bit thinner to scan the markets for insider trading. Obviously, I do have some new positions I was scanning over the weekend, and there's probably going to be some new trade setups this week with members. I will be sending out some new alerts. But I just want to let the markets kind of see where the markets kind of close today, or at least give us a 4-hour candle. The next 4-hour candle on SPY is going to be very important. Snapchat getting faded. Ethereum still up 1.16. Natural gas still absolutely roaring here. You know, I haven't looked at the nat gas resource stocks. I'm going to do a quick scan because if nat gas is up this much, I mean, Nat gas resource stocks are probably flying. I mean, Range Resources not that strong on the session, up a couple percent, but would have expected them to be up more. EQT, another nat gas equity play, gapping up this morning. That's up 2.9%. Let's look at Antero Resources. Interesting, getting faded. A little bit of an arbitrage opportunity potentially in some of these resource stocks. Interesting. Very, very cool. Very cool. Big bounce on that S&P 500. That's why we took profits. Your dollar's still softening up here. China stocks are still ripping, guys. What else we got going on? 2-year yield, interest rates down 0.1 or up 0.17. 10-year yield down 0.35. Dollar still negative. Gold still absolutely ripping up 2.42%. Bitcoin up 2.39%, looking fully bullish into a little bit of resistance. Financial stocks still holding strength. Apple still absolutely surging up 4.26%. Pretty disappointing price action in Tesla. It was up a couple percent, and Tesla basically got faded throughout the morning session. So Tesla's one that actually made a liquidity sweep of its opening range low. Basically what that means is Tesla entered its gap window, and this is just purely based off of short-term trading analysis, but Tesla swept that opening range low. It technically made a new lower low on the wicking basis, and it's opened up the probabilities for Tesla to potentially come down and fill that 439.33 gap. So Tesla is, believe it or not, today in a short the pop environment. Although the market's very strong, Tesla's actually started to go from outperforming the S&P and Qs to now underperforming. So we got to watch that very closely. Obviously, Tesla's a heavily retail traded stock, which is why I'm discussing it, because I know a lot of you like to trade it, own shares, own calls, puts, but definitely keep your eye on Tesla. A nice stunning bounce on IQ, guys. IQ at the high of its session, that's up 5.67%. That was another member long position that we entered on Friday. So it's a good little technical dead cat bounce on ticker IQ. Again, member alert. We did go long IQ. Archer Aviation's back to the highs of the session. Let's look at HIMS, H-I-M-S. If there's any other tickers you guys want me to look at, let me know. We can discuss them real quick, see what I'm observing. HIMS is getting absolutely wrecked. Oscar Health is doing quite well today. NVIDIA, guys, breaking down yet again. NVDA seeing some more distribution. It's almost going back to the negative price action. It seems that Apple today is eating NVIDIA's lunch. Crazy. Ticker LIDR, so a LiDAR play. The company is called AI Inc. That is seeing a little bit of strength today. Let's look at Ouster. Ouster has gone through a little bit of sell side pressure. Interesting. Kraft Heinz Ketchup, KHC, seeing a considerable follow through today. KHC looking very bullish on the daily chart, trying to put in almost what appears to be a bit of a longer term bottom off of a massive weekly chart channel support zone. Let's see what else. Cody, RV, Chevron, Canopy Growth still trying to push here. Robinhood up 6%. Holy moly, look at that, Rob. That hood bounce is crazy. Quantum stocks are still seeing some distribution today. You are still seeing the market trying to bounce and hold the majority of its gains. Your Russell 2000 is starting to look a little bit weaker, guys. Starting to come in. We're still seeing the S&P trying to hold some bullish structure. All right, guys, it's 11:23. We've done 2 trades. I'm going to take a bit of a break here. I will be back for power hour session. I'm just going to use this time to now scan intraday. If anything changes in the market, I'll jump back on the mic. I'll just be scanning the market here, but resting my voice. But good job if you're able to catch some of the day trades with us, 2 for 2 on a SPY trade. We've also taken a little bit of profits with members on the swing trade. So thank you all for tuning in. Again, we will be back for Power Hour live trading unless something dramatically and drastically happens here in the market. But right now, technically speaking, the S&P IWM is still in a very strong uptrend on the intraday session. The only thing you got to watch for is whether or not Apple gives up some of its gains. If Apple starts to sell off, then that could hurt the S&P 500 and NASDAQ. But for now, we're still holding technical strength. Apple's still in uncharted all-time high territory and full bullish price action ahead. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you in a little bit.
Excuse me, sir?
Your hands up against the
All right, guys, we are back here for Power Hour trading session. Overall, I mean, the S&P has remained pretty firm all session long. Had a little bit of a push through to the high side, but it's kind of just stayed in a very small range since we've had that big monumental push off of the open. That was your big trend. Obviously, there was a little short scalp. S&P 500 still holding above that previous bearish breakdown gap. So this was a bear gap. This is your big support level. If you start to lose that, you could go a lot lower, but if you maintain structure above this key bullish 671 and change gap fill, then the markets will likely keep pressing higher into the near term. Tough market to short. 3 o'clock, the volume trends are going to start to pick up a little bit into power hour, but still very tough. Natural gas has been an absolute monster to the upside today, up over 12% on the underlying nat gas commodity. UNG is slightly lagging. It's up about just over 9%. KOLD down right now on the session 13.3%. I've personally been nibbling on some nat gas shorts. I did take my second entry at a 33.19, so I'm holding a little bit of a natural gas short overnight. It is a KOLD long. So again, my average is sitting at 33.39 on that particular position. If we look at the Russell 2000, it has continued to outperform the indices on today's session, but really it hasn't taken out that previous 940 pivot high. So maybe they want to push us and give us a little bit of a squeeze in the Russell into the end of the day, but the Russell is still holding near the highs of its session from this morning. Peter saying BYND was a good catch at the bottom. Yeah, Beyond Meat had a nasty little bounce there on the back of them not going bankrupt, on the back of them holding. But just be careful. So this one's going to wake up. You know, you're going to have a shelf offering here and there. Those bond traders want their money somehow, and that's the name of the game, the dilution tactic. They'll let the stock run, and then they'll announce a debt offering. They'll let the stock run, and then they'll announce a debt offering, but they'll likely just keep selling into this. I mean, look at the volume, almost 1 billion shares. All out of BYND. Nice. Nice. Gold still remains exceptionally strong, doing a full-on liquidity sweep of that previous little reversal candle. Absolutely incredible price action for gold. WTI crude still maintains a very bearish price action. Super weak on the session. No love for crude down here. Getting sold into at every turn. I think the big talkers today are, again, guys, are quantum stocks. I mean, you look at QBTS, you look at IONQ, you look at Rigetti. I mean, wow. Do I wish I still had some put options on the table on them? I certainly do, but what a filthy decline for these quantum stocks. Down 10% on QBTS. That's insane, right? You know, just in 4 trading sessions, QBTS has made a 27% fall. That is what happens when you're a pre-revenue company. Is it still up tremendously on the weekly chart? Yes, it is. Hasn't even backtested its 7 weekly moving average yet. You would naturally think that if this stock gaps down tomorrow through that 20-day moving average, that would be a beautiful day trade scalp long, guys. So I'm hoping for a gap down in quantum tomorrow because we would buy those charts right up with some real size. A couple standout performers other than that gas. You look at this ENVX, guys. Enovix Technologies, absolutely a blockbuster day for ENVX. Up 11.5%, outperforming, just keeps grinding higher and higher. Good old fashioned float and grind. It's really good to see. I'd love to see ENVX go all the way up to this 15-16 area. So that is my next target. I have some couple resistance levels approaching. CoreWeave has been weak all session long. CoreWeave had a little bit of a bounce, but CoreWeave has triggered a bit of a bear formation on your hourly chart. And you did get slapped right back down. You retraced right back to the neckline, and then that candle just got absolutely knifed and sold into. So CoreWeave has triggered a bearish breakdown. Head and shoulders on your hourly chart does signify quite a bit more downside. In the overall chart, we'll see obviously it is prone to getting big bounces. Oklo has been very choppy today, guys. I mean, Oklo has been up, it's been down, now it's back to the positive side, so still just chopping around. Natural gas, let's take a peek. It is starting to soften up just a little bit from the highs. Potential little hourly distribution starting to take hold. But what a move for nat gas. Absolutely incredible price action. All right, to check something out here. Ethereum had a nasty little green to red reversal, so Bitcoin still remains structurally decent. Cleveland Cliff still up 20%. Strong move. Apple still 4.5. Holding quite steady. ENVX still squeezing at the highs. Archer up 7.6. RX still 14.42. NVTS up 15.79. Your dollar did have a nice bounce off of the lows back to its pre-market high, got slightly rejected off its pre-market high. Now it's kind of just middling. BBAI up 1.15%. S&P doing the good old-fashioned float and grind here. Low volume, trending session, no short. I don't believe there's a short. The only thing that'll take this market down today, it seems, is probably some sort of a tape bomb announcement, but that's unlikely right now. Or we've continued to melt lower with these quantum names. Weeble up about 3% today, having a nice little push in the last hour. Still extremely oversold down here, Weeble. But it's trying. You have to give it some credit. It's trying to make a move. Potentially a falling wedge pattern. So SPY seeing a little bit of selling. Again, this is technically a long aggressive area off that 671.15 pivot low. If you crack that, you could look for a small short, but I'm not expecting the range to be too big here. Into the end of the day, it would kind of be surprising if they gave us a big move. The market's structurally looking very strong. Nvidia is still slightly negative. Your S&P is still seeing a little bit of selling. All right, SPY's hitting its little support zone here. It needs to hold it, or we could run the risk of flushing to the 670 zone. Tesla still up 1.54, Google up 1.1, Apple up 4.36, Nvidia down 0.28, Microsoft up 0.44, Amazon stellar day. Pretty ironic considering AWS is down, up 1.42%. And honestly, I think that's actually helped the markets in a way with AWS being down. I know a lot of people have had troubles with their brokerage accounts. I've heard some people having troubles actually closing both call and short positions. So if people haven't been able to take profits properly, they've been having to screen record to their broker, which is kind of honestly a little bit of a manipulation day in the market. You know, the fact that there's broker issues is pretty crazy. Has anyone ran into any issues with their broker? All right, guys. I mean, this is like watching paint dry right now. Um, Boring. Everything has pretty much made its move. Not really seeing anything even on the swing trade side, which is okay. We'll just sit back. Yeah, it's very low volume right now. Let's see what we're trading on the daily chart of SPY today for volume. Yeah, 42 million shares. That's peanuts. Absolutely minuscule. We'll probably hit, I would say, maybe just under 50 million, but that is nothing. Absolutely nothing. SPX 1.81 billion, nothing. $4,400 on gold before close? No, I wouldn't. I don't think so. I think gold has seen its move today. You know, you might try to sweep it, not before the market close. You know, actually, gold's candle, I guess you have an hour and 30 minutes left. You could see a sweep of that high pivot. I don't think we're going to hit 4,400 today. Maybe tomorrow off a blow-off move, but not today. Gold has had a phenomenal move intraday. I don't see much more upside on today's session, but there's still some time on the daily chart to maybe go for that double top high of day sweep, which would be around 4380-ish. But 4400 is a little bit of a stretch for the rest of the day. Not saying it can't hit it tomorrow, but for the rest of the day, 4400 will not happen unless you get some sort of a, I don't know, some crazy announcement. But 4400 is, yeah, no words to describe gold. I actually sold some physical gold over the weekend, so I dispersed some. I haven't sold any physical since 2019, but I sold some for the first time in like 6 years. That would be, I guess. Yeah, 6 years. Yeah, I think you have a point there, Ram. Diwali, gold buying, but you've been seeing it everywhere. Central banks are the main reasons, specifically the PBOC. Bank of China has been buying gold hand over fist. I think that's the bigger reason. We've also seen a lot of retail speculation now with the move. Ye- It's been boring. I mean, that's why I walked away for the rest of the day. I kind of saw that in the cards. We got our two trades on SPY off on the morning, and that's pretty much it. Haven't really had many other opportunities. A lot of individual names have floated and grinded, but basically the indices have been like watching paint dry. There's been a good short trade on CoreWeave off of that retest. You've had a nice trending price action in ENVX. That's been a really strong mover to the upside. Very, very good. QB quantum names have been a flat out short intraday today. I mean, look at QBTS, guys. Just full force liquidation. Again, I'm tempted to buy this for a dead cat bounce. You're coming into that daily chart 20 moving average. IONQ is another one making new lows here on the session. So beautiful to see. And honestly, Apple put the market on its back today. That's pretty much, I mean, look at Apple really since this 11 a.m. candle, you've gone nowhere. It's just consolidating. It's gonna put me to sleep, this market action. I gotta take a seat. Wow. Ugh. All right, what else is happening? Ugh. So we did take some profits with members today on ticker IQ. We trimmed the first half of the position, just entered that on Friday, banked just over 8% off of that beautiful bounce. We also took some profits off of Archer Aviation this morning at the highs of the session when it was into that $12 area. We took trimmed our call options for a nice little chunk. So at least we were able to make a few different positions profits. We were able to take a little bit of profits from the market on the swing trade side. And then obviously we caught those two little mini SPY trades that we called out this morning. So overall decent day, but very boring from an indice standpoint. And honestly, boring days are good, guys. Boring days are healthy for higher price. This little chop, the fact that you're not seeing big dips and then big rips, this is more sustainable for our higher price targets, which the S&P as of now has broken out on the hourly chart. 1 candle, 2 candle, 3 candle breakout. 4-hour chart has broken out, but it has not confirmed it just yet. Looking at BTC's still just been chopping around, running into a little bit of near-term resistance. This is the key resistance that the bulls want to get back above. Mentioned in our crypto video. Master Sensi saying regional bank news last week plus government shutdown news brought on today's bull market. Yeah, I think you had a lot of people piling in the short side on those headlines, and that's why it's always risky and tough chasing a decline like you saw in the regional banks. That being said, regional banks are still in a very precarious spot, and they're getting a little bit better in terms of a short setup. So regional banks have certainly broken structure. There's still something I think underlyingly under the hood of regionals. There's something wrong with them. So I'm waiting to potentially fade the pop very soon. It's almost there. But it's been a nice bounce in the markets. Really strong bounce. And we'll see. The Trump seems to be toggling with China on these headlines, these tariffs. 1 minute there are tensions and soybeans and this and that and rare earths. Next minute, oh no, we got good relationship. Xi's my best friend. And then you hear another headline, oh, we have to resolve something by November or else we're getting 155% tariff headline. So it's just a back and forth shenanigan. I don't like when the policies influence the markets in such a big way because it makes our job a little bit harder. Becomes more speculation and gambling because you never know what the heck these government officials are going to be saying. 1 minute they pump you, 1 minute they dump you. 1 minute they pump you, 1 minute they dump you. But for now, they're certainly pumping us, and markets climbing the wall of worry. Ram saying Trump equals STML, short-term memory loss guy. Why is there something going around with him having memory issues? Can you explain a little bit more? Has he changed his stance? Yeah. Yeah, he's been a flip-flopper, right? Craziness. Tesla's trying to push back for the highs. ENVX new high of day. Rand's asking for running shoes advice. Well, to be honest, I mean most of your shoes, like your Adidas and your Nikes, they use the cheap EVA foam, ethyl vinyl acetate foam, which is very, very cheap. Some of the better brands that I've heard are anything with like the gel technology, so Asics. They don't look the greatest, but I mean, hey, they're They're comfortable and they provide a lot of support. So ASICs with the gel technology is pretty supportive and comfortable. Obviously, if you're on Nike, you can look at the Air, any of the shoes with the Airs. I've never personally worn them myself, but the Brooks for running, I'm not too sure familiar with Brooks. All I know is the cheaper shoes use that EVA foam, and that's kind of the cheapest material, kind of compresses the fastest. No problem. You're looking to get into some running? Okay, so Apple and Spy are pretty much trading in lockstep. Nice, you do 5 to 6 miles every day, bro. Good stuff. Nat gas starting to see a little bit of a decline, not much, but some profit taking. NVIDIA is seeing a little bit of selling here on your 10-minute chart. Surface uses ASICs, nice. Yeah, they're apparently one of the better shoes with the gel technology. Um, Peter saying on cloud has a good road feel. Nice. Well, that's pretty cool. Brooks Ghosts are the best. You can use them, try them for 3 months, and then return if you're not satisfied. You have to buy directly from their site. Interesting. Yeah, obviously they're confident in their product if they're offering that. All right, the S&P looking a little bit better here, like it's trying to move. Peter saying, sorry for saying it makes your leg feel cool in others after 3 to 4 miles. Use it to feel too hot. Okay. Peter saying Rigetti looks like he wants to go to 42 bucks. Let's take a look at Rigetti. RGTI. Yeah, I mean, you came very close to hitting that already. Yeah, the thing about these quantum names is obviously they still have a very strong weekly chart uptrend, so you have to monitor a bounce potential. But it's really triggered a head and shoulders. You had your initial breakdown there. Your head and shoulders is kind of triggered with this little neckline here. So that initial head and shoulders up here fulfilled the downside target. So I'll show you. So this little head and shoulders formation, we've completed the downside move. So now we're looking for potentially the next head and shoulders pattern to play out, which would be this flat bottom neckline. That's a little bit of a trickier pattern to play because it's designed to lure traders in on the short side and then they pop it up. So just be careful. I mean, we fulfilled the one head and shoulders. I would not be surprised for a little bit of a bounce. But obviously, if this one continues to hang below this little $44 neckline, then you have a $30 target on Rigetti. So it happens in strides, stair-stepping itself. Let's look at regional banks here. Catching a nice pop. I did get an alert on KRE. Nat gas starting to come in a little bit. KRE is close to hitting its 7-day moving average, getting very, very close. Just understand you're getting a little bit more participation now in your regional banks. S&P looking very strong. Looking at KOLD, that's starting to perk up off of the lows, guys. Gold is starting to make a little bit of a move here. Now, still up 12%. Yeah, gold popping up a little, 43.72, looking to try to tag that high pivot. from Thursday. He is softening up here into the close. Gold's still trying to push here. You got nat gas just chopping around, still very strong. S&P, a little bit of selling here into the close. Final 5 minutes here in the tape, guys. Big dip on your S&P 500, selling here into the close. Wow, gold just absolutely ripped, guys. Gold is trying to sweep that high up 3%. New all-time high there for gold. Gold did make a new all-time high, I repeat. Gold briefly swept the high. Another new all-time high there for gold. Absolute full beast mode. Sweeping the highs while SPY is selling off. Yep, gold futures pushing hard, that's right. Trillions in liquidity pumping. Nat gas softening. Good to see. Again, I think nat gas is probably going to give back at least, probably at least 2 to 4% of this rally tomorrow. At least. But nice little down move there for the S&P into the close. Really sharp sell side pressure. Seems like all that liquidity just flew right into gold. So that is the session. Thank you everyone for tuning in. We will see you all tomorrow. Great job, 2 for 2, live trading, couple profits in the options group. Nevertheless, we will see if we can bang out some more trades tomorrow. Hopefully, we get a little bit more intraday volatility. Other than that, take care, everybody. We'll see you on the charts a little bit later.